Rolling here. Call the meeting to order at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Is there any agenda additions?
No addition.
Sorry, no additions, Mr. Chairman, but just for a resource person at 1 o'clock, if we, I don't know how our morning's gonna go, but if our bylaws 10.1, 10.2 and 10.3 can be held till the afternoon and skip over them if we get ahead of ourselves here, then we'd like to have Craig Teal from Parkland available at 1 o'clock.
And Mr. Nyberg, we'll talk about your gravel issue.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to call you all out like that on short notice, but it was warranted, but thank you.
It would be, I guess, council request for information.
Yeah, I got it and it was handled, so. We don't actually need, I've added to the
6.3. Okay. Any other, Council Stobart?
Now, I will move the agenda be approved with the additions.
All in favor? Carried. Minute approval of the July 14th, 2021 regular council meeting. It's been distributed. Councilor Nixon? Okay. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Or you had a question?
Nope,
All in favor? Carried. Okay, then. Council's request for information?
Yeah.
Okay. Used oil recycling, 6.1, Councilor Nyberg.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just came to my attention, a number of my farmer residents were, they have a substantial amount of oil that they use over the years, and or year, in some cases, it's substantial in 1 year. But they were having a hard time finding somewhere to take it, as many of the places now have started charging for dropping off used oil. It's become a cost, and in the past it used to get about 3 cents a credit even for burning it, but that's canceled. And now I know Canadian Tire and Red Deer, if you bring them a 20-liter, like what's a 20-liter jug? It's a 5-gallon pail, I call it. 18.9 liters, I guess now. I think it's $20 they charge you to have it disposed of. So
$20 to get rid of it?
to get rid of it. There are a few places in town that are still taking it, but from what I understand, many of them have quite the criteria of what you can and cannot drop off. So, and I know we used to have the bottle depot used to take it. They don't anymore, correct? And does any of our sites, our transfer sites, take them?
They'll take a little bit at the Stetler transfer site, like a lawnmower. You know? Oh.
Sorry. Thank you. So they take a little bit, like, a little amount, like if you change your oil in your truck or a lawnmower type thing. But the biggest problem we have, if we were to take any more, we would actually have to set up an area to take it, and estimating, $30,000 just to build a containment area so that it doesn't leach anywhere. A lot of our transfer sites are next to lagoons, which is also poses a problem for us.
I don't know what the answer is, but
So to elaborate a bit more on the memo that I sent in supporting the question, I guess, we've had a change in the last year or so ourselves. We used to bring in about $1,000 a year on our used oil when we're taking it out of the shop with the company picking it up, and they basically pay us all the time for it. We tender it every year, and it's gone from us making money to us paying money as well. The rules have changed on that as far as what they consider to be a clean product. There's restrictions on what we can put in the tank, and that whole industry has had to change to the point where we're paying as well, and it used to be an income thing for us. So just something to keep in mind that, on the cost side, I believe it's probably through Alberta Environment or somebody that the rules have changed on, and the industry has moved around to that as well. They changed on us midstream last year, sent us a letter saying this has changed. Now it's not economical for us to do this. We need to institute a charge for pickup and everything else, because they weren't making any money taking our oil. So the cost is going to be there, I think, regardless. It's probably a change at the regulation level with the government. So
Would a facility like Bashaw, like just not knowing it's out of our area, but would they have oil recycling there too? No?
And I know, like, I did talk to Fozier's Heavy Duty. The problem with them is they do get, it's a timing issue for them. Their holding facility gets full, but if you wanted to drop off like a 45-gallon drum, they would take it. But again, they're having issues with cleanliness and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I'm not sure where this can go or should go, but I guess if anything, this is a, what do you call it? It is a kind of canary in the well that we need to look at and make sure that we know something's coming down, and we should be. I'd hate for the days of our farmers going back to taking it on and putting it on our roads and their roads and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure what the answer is.
What are next steps? So,
And that's what I don't know. I was hoping to have a collective discussion and see if there's anybody else here. Maybe Mr. Nixon from the Recycling Council, if he had anything. I don't know.
There's two businesses in town that use burn used oil in their shops, Ford and Dodge, both have well burners. And then there's some other ones around as well that.
Sorry. There it is. I've got it back here someplace. Sorry about that. Ford and Dodge, they both have oil burners that they use, and there's a farmer that east of out east or Castor Coronation that uses it in his shop. Cal, it's got a business, a Little Dipper, they call him, that picks up his oil.
Is it a charge for it? You know?
Don't know.
And that was used to be like for me. They used to come and pick my oil up, but for free, but back in the day, and they would pick up my filters and my plastic containers and everything. But now they charge like $300 a stop.
The landfill does take filters. The landfill will
Take filters and the plastic bottles.
I was just gonna say that next steps might be to defer it to budget, because effectively to go a step further, you're gonna be spending on, so.
Well, I'm hoping that we don't. I'm hoping that we can find a solution that is non-costing to the county. Yeah. See, and this is this, that we talk about this end of life, right? The guy that builds the oil should be responsible for it at the beginning, right? So that's where that needs to come into play, i.e. the tire recycling tax, the environment tax on your oil filters, the environment tax on your plastic jugs. And is there an oil filter or an oil tax? I think there is there not? So that money's going somewhere.
Councilor Kendrick?
I was thinking James, I kind of lost mine, but I also like if you have that start to end, but who's going to guarantee that they're going to be taking it back?
Well, by law, you have to do it.
They may charge for it, but may not take it back.
Well, they would have to see what that money would go to is setting up a facility to recycle.
There's like the Golden Pine Colony had brought actually over a tote tank for us several years ago. And at the time, I do not know whether they are still burning it or not. I don't know. There could be another avenue that we could maybe search out, find out if they would still be.
And bringing this to the public might trigger somebody to say, hey, there's an opportunity for us to do something.
I think we gotta go away, not make decisions today on this. I think everybody probably got some ideas. You know some people that know some people, and I think we should bring it back, Larry, but our council. But there's a glycol recycler in town here, and they take that old glycol and redo it. So maybe somewhere there is some business that actually reclaims that stuff.
That's the company that I use, and they are, see, there's two companies in town, and they do pick up my barrels of glycol as well, and they went from being free to be
Charge 90.
$5 a barrel and maybe more now.
Well, then it gets to the point of stupidness, but another thing is, when I worked for Terrica, but that's 10,000 years ago, they used to, they used
You
to.
weren't bringing up dinosaurs, you were a dinosaur.
They picked up oil all over town at the garages and that, and hauled it down to CCS,
Yeah.
and they put it in a tank and then settled it out, and then they sold the oil. So there's gotta be somewhere that can handle that stuff, rather than us going into another business.
You typically, pipelines don't like seeing it anymore because bacteria can be introduced in it. Counselor Nixon.
I've got a couple of old wells, disposal well.
This little dipper that picks up Cal's oil is from Lloydminster and there's no charge, so that might be.
Okay.
Can you
So there
look-
must be some money in there someplace, but they wouldn't drive from Lloydminster down here to pick up oil. And
When was the last time you had a pickup?
I don't know.
That might be it, because I'll tell you what, it shocked me when I got my last one. It's like, what?
Because like Rick said, we used to get paid for it, 3 cents a
I
liter.
expect they have a route that they go follow and pick.
Casting.
I was just wondering, maybe we should send a letter to the Alberta Recycling Council, maybe Nate, and see if, they could point us in the right direction of working with the Alberta Recycling Council to maybe see if we could find something to do with it.
Just keep it away from.
Yeah.
Entering spots it shouldn't.
Bob Barr's still running that. Still the head honcho there.
Bob Byers, yeah.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, well, we can check it out, but, they did great work with the tires, right? And lots of grant programs came out of that. So we can definitely write a letter. Nick?
I think everybody uses it.
We need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Need a motion?
Yes. Councilor Member, give a motion. All in favor? Carried. Okay, 6.2 rescue watercraft. Councilor Needs.
I will apologize to Mark Dennis ahead of time. I tried to get a hold of him, but he's on vacation. But I just want to bring some good news that the volunteer firefighters have been now approved to be a society, so they can fundraise for this watercraft that we've been talking about. And I just wanted to bring this forward in the summertime because I know we have, I've received phone calls from people who have expressed interest to donate to these watercrafts. And so I know he wanted to present to council, but with him being on vacation, we weren't able to catch up with each other. But knowing that summer's almost done, I just wanted to bring this forward, that this is something that,
It's almost done.
yeah,
January.
this is something that, this is good news. And I know I have people already wanting to call in and ask where they can donate their funds, because having some, I guess I shouldn't call them CDs, but that's what I call them, CDs on the lake with equipment to be able to go out and rescue people when these storms come up so quickly. If we, I know he's been in connection with Roshan Sands about storage there in the marina, because that bay area is a lot more sheltered. And so it's called a water rescue, because it's not just the Sea-Doos, they need to get the boards, the equipment on there, and have all that stuff out there and ready for when an emergency happens. So just wanted to let everyone know.
After our discussion on council needs, I just want to let the rest of council know, originally I thought we'd approved, for rescue craft for Buffalo Lake. And they were talking about getting one for river rescue too, which I think a year like this would just be a disaster to put one of them into the Red Deer River and tear the bottom up. But so
You can walk out of it anywhere.
it is, it may be something to look at in the future, but if they're going to focus their efforts, our biggest thing has been the lake. So that's my only direction I'd like to put that.
Yeah.
Well, and I think if you're donating, if you're out there, they'll probably it'll be a directed donation, I'm sure, right? So, and it's good news because they'll be able to raise money for anything going forward now, that other extra.
Yeah.
in some ways,
it does, I mean, it's a sad statement that we have to fundraise for emergency stuff, but I mean, we're 8% of the tax dollars collected. The provincial and federal government need to come to the table and start paying more money for this stuff. And unfortunately, they're not, so we have to do it ourselves. And Stettler community has been that community. We don't, I mean, we ask for the handouts, but if it's not happening, we just go ahead and do it. And you can see that in just about every aspect of this community. So good on them.
And in the past, people have used their own private boats. And this is a way to get out there. These Sea-Doos can jump the waves and stuff, whereas some boats might tip over, so they can get out there quicker and be able to rescue. And if you have two, you can rescue more people, because the toboggan that they add on the back has a bunch of handholds on there so that they can bring people in safely.
Sometimes you need to rescue the rescuer too, so it's good to have two.
Councillor Brody.
I'm in favor of it, but I'm in favor of it if they can raise the money for it, I'm in favor. But when we have a RCMP boat down here, and then every RCMP is treated in rescuing, other lakes, RCMP do the rescuing, because they're prepared for it. And it doesn't take long to pull one out there. Yeah, it'd be a nicety to have it right there, but it's gonna cost quite a bit to buy that boat. If they get the money for it, I'll throw some into it, but I don't want to see it coming out of the county's coffers. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, when we had our rural crime meeting there, RCMP was talking about getting some people trained here in town too, so that'll be good. And I know our volunteer firefighters, part of their training is training on water too. So that'll be good to have both places trained.
Accept for information.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, so with the action item that you're looking for, Councillor Eads?
Well, I think if we want to talk about budget, we'll have to put it into our budget in the future too, if we want to help.
I think right now it's just a receipt.
Yeah, I think right now it's
For now, it's information. I just wanted to get it out during the summer.
going back to Mark that as long as he stays within scope of Buffalo Lake.
I'll make that one.
Make that motion to receive for information. All in favor? Carried. 6.3, Councillor Nyberg, gravel.
We had that discussion, but thank you very much. I just, there was some concerns about the large gravel that was put on, and we dealt with it. Rick's taking care of it, and I appreciate it, and that's taken care of.
If I may, Larry?
Yes.
Just so everybody's aware, this has been an issue brought up a few times over the last couple of years, and the project staff has been given the opportunity to correct the oversight on this. And as of this weekend, with this happening last week, there's been a hard change on the program personnel-wise, and I expect it won't happen.
And also council understands that, so we are putting the inch and a half as per your instructions on the roads to harden them up. This roadway actually ended up with rock from the bottom of the stockpile site. So they were huge and they were fractured from the crush and they were sharp. So it was a little different than most of the other roads you're seeing.
And Mr. Sherman, to that end, we had a number of years where I would consider that we had maybe some subpar gravel being put on our roads. So I think that this is an effort to alleviate some of those troublesome areas where we've had issues. And unfortunately, that pendulum has to swing. When you get little pebbles on, you need to have some big pebbles to get in between. So we are in the process of correcting that, and I appreciate the efforts that Public Works has put towards establishing good quality infrastructure for us.
I've been approached many times with this one. I went out to a little luncheon here with kind of the neighbors, and there were a couple of ratepayers within Larry's ward kind of jumped on me about it. Okay, what about all this big rock that's being put on the road? But I believe I can sell it very well. As I just mentioned, okay, we've got to stabilize our roads, and compared to the quality that was put on before, that between the mixture of the two of them, we are very much stabilizing the road. I don't mind trying to sell this at all, and I'll take on anyone in order to debate the subject with it.
And in a year's time, when we get actually some moisture, this will be beautiful. We just have a dry year. It just,
Thank you.
So this is a good lead-in. Receive for information, Mr. Chairman. I'll give you.
All in favor? Carried. New business, request for decision, consideration of declaration of agriculture disaster, page 5.
Mr. Chairman, I worked on this one with Quentin. He's unfortunately unavailable this week for us, but we had some really great information come from Alberta Ag and Forestry. Their agro-meteorology department got us all of the data you see attached to this. And it's a pretty stark picture, to be honest. We've declared a few times in the last few years, I think basically once every 7 years, which is maybe a little aggressive, but now is probably not the year to temper that. So I originally, looking at this, you'll see we actually got data from 3 sections of the county, sort of moving from the southeast to the central to the northwest. The southeast is doing surprisingly worse, but even in the quote unquote best areas of the county right now, it's only marginally better. You'll see these graphs, particularly for the southeast. This data goes back 60.
You bet we're some.
And the data goes back 60 years, and there's few years. I particularly want to point to the aridity index for each of the areas. That shows the combination of precipitation and evaporation, right? Because you can have a year where you have a moderate amount of precipitation, but you get the heat like we have, and it's useless, right? So the aridity index there shows that this is one of the worst years we've had in the last 60. So it's for council to consider. There's 3 options for consideration. You can do a combination of them if you want. If you want to declare an agricultural disaster and still lobby the province to provide further support to agricultural producers. They did just announce a bit of relief for livestock and beekeepers. And they said more's to follow. We can definitely try and hold them to the flame on that.
Yeah, I'd like to lead this discussion with a motion actually for options 1 and 2. That option 1 being that the county declare an agricultural disaster, and option 2 that we lobby the province to declare one as well. And because I think more attention needs to be brought to this issue. And I talked to a lot of the larger producers in my area, and the crops are approximately half, like grain crops are approximately half of the ones that are salvageable, and a lot of them are wrote off. But I guess the problem greater than the crops even is the feed issue. I mean, pasture, they're just about out of pastures throughout the county already. It's only early August. They're into fall pasture, and there's no way this pasture is going to last till the snow flies. And the feed shortage is too great to start feeding early. So this is a serious predicament. And of course, like the rainfall, I'm thankful for the aridity graph, because the rainfall, would have had enough rainfall probably to see us through had it not been for the heat wave. The rain all came early, and that's what I hear from the producers down there that are on hay insurance or something. They say you got 80 inches of rain or whatever you got, but it all come early, and the incredible heat wave hit in June, dried it all up, and then there was nothing left for the rest of this growing season. So you just can't go all on rainfall either, because the incredible heat wave needs to be incorporated in the graph that Andrew has up now shows that. So, I mean, it's pretty severe, so I think it's time.
I was part of a meeting yesterday, our Ag Service Board Provincial Committee, and we talked about declaring agricultural disaster, and what you would gain from them. And likely, we're not going to gain anything that the province has not already committed to. But the thing that the representative from the government that was there yesterday from agriculture said that the thing that might help is bring attention federally. So that's something to consider as well. So the province realizes that most of Alberta is in an agricultural disaster. So you know, the steps have been taken and likely that's not going to change.
Yeah, so I can respond to that a bit, and absolutely, unfortunately, a local municipal agricultural disaster doesn't enable any specific relief for agricultural stability. It doesn't have a direct financial impact for our residents, but it's an advocacy piece effectively. It is saying it is dire enough to call it a disaster. Please listen to us.
Counselor, needs, and then gender, and then Nyberg.
Well, when you look at the graph, you know, we have a lot of dry years, but yeah, with the heat, this has been extreme, and a lot of times in the past too, it's just localized. Like in 2002, it's mostly, you know, central Alberta, but with this is extending from Manitoba all the way to the coast, and then same with United States, the Dakotas all the way to the coast. So this is a huge disaster going on in northwestern America. So this will be interesting to see how this plays out throughout the year, because I agree with Mr. Nixon. I think we need to lobby the federal government, because this is not just an Alberta issue. And when you're relying on grain to feed the animals, and then just food in general for a population, this is going to make a huge effect.
Counselor Gender?
I believe the trouble that we had like last summer, the rains quit about midsummer, and it's pretty much depleted our source of water for down below. So there wasn't anything to really carry over. The roots this spring, they only went to the rains that we have had this spring. Once those are depleted, there's no moisture down below, so that we're to the end of our effective. I've dug holes, say like down to 5 feet. You finally find moisture down there. There's no roots down there.
Stop digging.
But it was also, I was talking with one person from Drayton Valley. I was quite surprised that they said that they've even got drought out there. So it's very surprising, even for an area that you believe that should have lots of moisture, there isn't. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a friendly amendment as well, that we send a letter to the minister, federal minister of agriculture, as well as to Damien. I know Damien sent out an email to us that has definitely made note of it, but I think we need to add that as well. And it is, there are parts of our county that are in half decent shape, and there's ones, but we're all one community. So I know going out to Rocky, they've got some beautiful crops, and there's a lot of hay sitting in the field, but you know, you go up into that, just north of them, it looks nice, but you go a little closer to Edmonton and get a little further, it gets pretty ugly. So it's spotty.
No, I would definitely approve that addition to my motion to lobby or advocate to the federal government as well.
Send a letter both to the Minister of Agriculture, just to let them know.
Counselor Needs, and then Counselor Nixon.
I am also concerned about whatever we have for aquifers and springs out there too, because county might be getting more requests for water if some of those wells start drying up. So I am concerned about that.
Just for interest, I guess, one of the things we discussed yesterday was from the North Country, Athabasca, and farther northwest. They've been lobbying the Alberta government to let the people use the lease land for pasture. And some of this lease land has been under lease for years and years, hasn't been used for 10 years. Fences are falling down on it. And even though one of the regulations say that you have to have animals in it, so many animal units a year or whatever, it hasn't been used. But some of the people that control this land have a good contact with their government person, and they just haven't been able to do anything about it. So it's pretty frustrating for farmers up there who see these lease lands with hay in them and can't use them. So Minister Nixon was there yesterday as well, and so I asked him about some of the, thinking of you, Dave, some of the Ducks Unlimited land that should use it all and not being used. And he said that they actually have, that's something they have discussed as well. It's interesting.
Well, we have an amended motion on the table.
I guess just to further to the shortage of feed, pasture, and crops is the shortage of water. With no runoff this spring, a lot of dugouts are dry or nearly dry, and And so that just complicates the problem even further.
You try to find an 8 or 9 foot water tank right now, it isn't possible.
That's right.
Is that right?
We have a motion on the table, our Councillor Jennings.
Okay, it means that there's an awful lot of dugouts being dried up. Like they do have a form that you can fill, but it's a regulation size dugout, whether they would ever lower that to like allowing a smaller size dugout. Because I'm a firm believer that there are places they say like for a larger dugout, but also for some smaller ones, especially if you've got smaller pastures. I would just soon dig a couple smaller ones for one larger one. And the dollar value is going to be the same. So whether we could get the government to kind of lower their expectations, something like that could be qualified.
So that we could take to our ag board too.
Yeah. And included even in our lobbying letter, just a more general statement indicating to, reduce barriers to farmers trying to preserve what water they can get.
There's one time I was going to be digging a dugout and I phoned up the person in charge down in Red Deer. Okay, you can't dig them in a stream, you can't in a slough, anything like that. So I said, where do you want me to dig it, on top of a hill? He chuckled and said yes. So it kind of ticked me off on that behalf, but.
Yes, Rick.
So to add a bit of clarity to that too, you're allowed to go up to 2,500 cubic meters without licensing your dugout. So they're generally okay with the smaller stuff. You just need to apply if you want to go bigger. It's the Federal Water Act stuff to keep you from diverting the water. So you can't put it in directly into a stream or a wetland or something like that. You have to put it someplace where it's going to collect the water that's running into these things, which makes it definitely a challenge. The old school habits, 20, 30 years ago was you got a wetland in there, you just dig the dugout and there's your water, which all of that contravenes and always has contravened the Water Act. That said, they're a little more focused on that doesn't happen. So we did that one in that pasture down northwest of Big Valley a couple of years back. And we're essentially building a dam is what we had to do in order to make things work. So we had to come up on the side hill, move some material around, catch it on its way down to the water course kind of a thing. So it does present some challenges for sure, but you can go up to 2,500 cubic meters. Last time I checked the regs on that. And I don't think there's a limit on quantity. You just can't do it in the water course.
I think Mr. Jenner was talking about compensation.
Well, then paying for it.
Yeah, if you dig a bigger one, they'll pay for it, but they don't like paying for little. Is that right?
Generally, they'll pay out on a 2,000 cubic meter.
But they won't pay on
Like
it.
you can dig 3 smaller ones, say 1,200 cubic meters for the same price, but then you can position them in smaller places or distribute them over the land.
That's what you were commenting on.
Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Okay, 8, unfinished business. 8.1 memo, re-update on July delegations to be presented.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had 3 delegations, and as is our typical practice and outlined in our bylaws, if administration doesn't have sufficient time or ability to make a background report because we don't have enough detail, we will bring one back at a later meeting. So as directed by council at the end of last meeting, that's what we've done. So I'll go through each of the 3 delegations we had last meeting, give a bit of background and more information for council so that you can direct us to move forward. So the first delegation we had was from Glenn Gertson. So the background to that one is so this was all concerning the Red Willow Lagoon. The Red Willow Lagoon was installed back in 2008. With the COVID pandemic, we saw a sharp increase in the visitors to our area and property owners to our area along the south shore of Buffalo Lake. Those guys all have their wastewater hauled to Red Willow. Additionally, the town of Stettler stopped accepting commercial operators at their lagoon for the dumping of wastewater. So all of the town of Stettler commercial wastewater operators, for anyone in the town or who would have otherwise been dumping at the town, they can't go to the town lagoon anymore, so they come to Red Willow. So all that culminated in the Red Willow Lagoon having higher levels than we've ever seen before. and it got to the point where we needed to drain it for our approvals. So the original design specified constructing the ditch grade such that it would prevent any drainage into the landowner's wetland. That part didn't happen. So it drained into the wetland first, and then it would have to overflow, like the wetland would have to overflow if it wanted to drain through the ditch or go north, which wasn't our design approval. Other than that, it was constructed with the engineering plans. The work we did last year, the work we did this year did resolve that construction deficiency. So we fixed the ditch to design. That's after our last meeting, we said, we'll survey it, we'll take a look at the plans, survey it, and build it to the way it's supposed to be. So they did that. However, it did cause an issue for the landowner in that now his wetland can't drain through our ditch. It's not technically supposed to, but it's been that way for decades, and it's just an issue to them, right? That makes sense. So what we can do is recommend some further infrastructure work, subject to both council and AEP's approval, which would allow the lagoon and the wetland to both discharge into the ditch. Basically, we have to take a pipe underground further east coming out of the lagoon. One of the problems we really had was that we didn't, we communicated with the landowner in a few ways, but there were a few places where we fell short, and we do sincerely regret that. And we're sorry that happened. When we took a look at the issue, said, okay, let's fix it. And we missed saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. And we probably could have avoided this problem coming up if we'd have fixed it then. As well, he flagged some concerns back in November. Unfortunately, we didn't have a whole lot of time to wait because we've got a limited window as to when we can drain. However, of course, as soon as the issue did what he said it would, we stopped the drain at that point, and that's where we held back until today. So we are working with AEP to develop and the landowner to develop the plan to design a discharge course that would prevent both the effluent from entering the wetland while still allowing the wetland to overflow to the ditch. We will likely need an AEP approval change on that, but I've got to imagine they should work with us. This isn't a huge change. This is extending a pipe and restoring some natural drainage. We did conduct the testing of the effluent before the release. We always do. We did promise that testing would go to the landowner, and that didn't happen until recently, and he's right. We missed that one. So we're sorry about that as well. So the delegation, he brought that up. We do regret the failure to communicate. And then, we believed the lagoon was constructed the way the engineers put it out. So when we released, we expected it to go where it was supposed to go, and it did. That's the primary background. Oh, and then the other issue, of course, here's the other one. This is the unresolved issue. So the fence, we put a fence line in too. The delegation doesn't like that fence and the berm, which restricts the drainage. So we're going to remove the fence when the harvest is complete in collaboration with the renter and the landowner, so that we don't disturb his harvest at all. And then we'll, as indicated, we'll work with AEP to determine what steps we need to do to alter our approval instead of extend drainage pipes further east. We may need some engineering work ahead of that, just to get AEP to sign off on it, but it should be pretty minor. Sorry, there's a bit of repetition in my report. I apologize for that.
Council, are you still got?
No, that should give us, the one note I will put is, as we just finished talking about our drought, that's the one good thing about that drought is that we've seen lots of evaporative losses off our lagoons this year, which means we've got some time. We won't need to drain this fall as long as nothing, the skies don't open up and absolutely flood in biblical proportions. We shouldn't need to do any drainage, which means we've got some time to work on this. So there's no rush this time. Last year was, like I said, a really odd year for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the fact that
You know, when we make a mistake, we own it, and I think that's been the county's go forward always, and I appreciate that of administration. Is there going to be a cost to the engineering, and what kind, have you estimated any cost of engineering this new project, or is this something we could possibly do in-house with Brad?
I do have, sorry.
I did track down the original engineer on the job, and he's supposed to be back in the country today.
Okay.
So I'm actually hoping to talk to Mr. Fetter and see if he would help us redesign the discharge on the lagoon to 2021 standards is basically what we're looking for. If not, then we would probably, I'm thinking, maybe $5,000-$10,000. We do have a reserve fund set up, which Sharon and I use for roadways that need to be realigned as they pop up and we have the opportunity to do it. So we could take the funds from that to correct this matter. I've met with the renter and we've paid crop damages and he's satisfied. And I'll continue to work with Mr. Gertson until we get this thing right.
And just on the delineation, I know they don't like the fence, I get it. And I know there was some comments on which side the wire was on, but it never went from end to end. It was terminated at one end and terminated at the other. It was just about delineation. So I'm not sure it really matters whether the fence is, a wire was on one side or the other. I don't necessarily think that's a big issue in my, I am in favor of keeping some sort of delineation there. I know there's a number of spots in the county where, and it's as no fault to the farmers, but as they swing around, that air seeder swings into the ditch area, and that happens. And I don't, if it's not causing a problem, I don't have an issue. But in this case, this has been something that has red flags, so I'm in favor of delineation. Ours is ours, and theirs is theirs, and yeah, I think it protects both parties from any issues going forward.
I agree, but it's become a very the landowners just really wants it gone. So I agreed to take it down, and we'll leave out probably some survey stakes so that they have an idea.
Fair enough. Just the delineation is on our roads and on our ditches are important.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'd like to very much thank the Gertson delegation for being so very respectful. But it was also one, okay, with these dumpings of the lagoon, is it going to be spring and fall? If they're going to be dumping in the spring, it could be adding more water to going across this farmer's land. And so but with the we don't know where we're really going, the depth of this ditch for the discharge, on if we are going to be looking at, he's looking at possible drainage of this slough also. So there could be quite a ditch cut in there. So and if this ditch is going to be as deep as what I perceive it's going to be, they're not going to be able to farm the bottom of it. And no, I would not want to see them farming into this ditch. Thank you.
I think that might have already answered this, but I have a two-part question. And the first part is the landowner was compensated for the area that was flooded?
The renter was, yes.
Or the renter was? Okay, good. And with the additional uses of Red Willow Lagoon, what did they anticipate? How many times? Is it going to have to be annual or or every second year, or is it hard to judge?
It's really hard to judge because last year was such an anomaly with COVID, right? We saw a ton more seasonal usage than we normally would, but I suspect that we're likely we won't get away with going 10 years without draining it anymore. We've dropped 3 feet this year just from the heat alone. So it's really tough to say, but I can't imagine we would need to drain it more than once a year, if that for some time. One of the other issues we identified during this as well, and apologize, I skipped over this in the report. As we've been sort of watching, or not watching, but up there on inspection, we've also really noticed the traffic. And this is unrelated to the landowners' issues at all because they're farming the land. But we noticed that there's one acreage off that township road prior to the dumping site for the Red Willow Lagoon that's probably eating dust constant. There's a lot of trucks going by. So we haven't had a complaint from this resident yet. I can't imagine why not. I probably would have been complaining by now based on some of the traffic we've seen. So we want to work, and this would come forward to a future council meeting, either work with our bylaws to change the rates that we're putting on the people using the lagoons, so that we can get some and pay for some dust control. Or alternatively, maybe even work with the town as hey, you know, this is starting to be a shared lagoon now. Maybe our ICS says we should talk about this as a shared service and some shared infrastructure. So it's something for council to consider, because
I like shared.
yeah, council always likes another council paying for things. I know.
But when you talk ICF, it is the town of Stettler and it is the two summer villages that will be hauling.
That's true as well. You're absolutely right. It's not limited to
Three ICF conversations.
Yeah, the reason the town gets flagged is because that's changed. That the Roshan Sands and White Sands have always been using that lagoon for their commercial haulers. They don't have their own septic or their own communal septic system. So
Where would the town be using it?
For their industrial. Their industrials all want tanks.
yeah, lots of their private septic. And so
They're not using their lagoon even for their industrial anymore.
no,
Okay, that's news to me, because I thought they still allowed those guys to continue. They were just shutting us off.
no. The issue is that, and I mean, I can understand why, looking at what we've gone through in the last year. Their operations really wants to be able to meter everything that goes in there. And so when it comes in a pipe, it's a lot easier. The only way to meter it coming out of a truck is to make them hook up to a pipe. And now all of a sudden you're spending an hour dumping. And nobody wants to do that. So I get that. I would love to know exactly how much effluent is going to every one of our.
From who? That would be the cool.
And from whom, yeah. But we don't have that. I would like to get to the point though with our commercial operators that they're at least giving us estimates, number of trips and the estimated load. Just so that we've got a bit more data to project from, so I can answer with more certainty, how often are we gonna have to?
Fair enough. Do you want to receive for information on each delegation?
Yeah, I think, and if there's further action you want to specify, for this one, I think we've got more information to bring back once AEP and Associated Engineering get back to us. But that's sort of the state of affairs as it sits.
Councilor Neitz and then Councilor Nixon.
Probably don't know this, but do we know the size of the town's lagoon and the size of our Red Willow Lagoon?
I don't have a comparison of that. The first person we talked to at Associated Engineering was a little flabbergasted that we would have to dump it based on the size of it. It is a large lagoon. But yeah, it's certainly a conversation with the town to say that this has contributed to a fairly significant change in the design for that, particularly as we look at having just walked through the South Shore Area Structure Plan designs for projecting wastewater usage, that, you know, there's some significant impacts here.
Councilor Nixon.
I think the heavy rainfall last summer kind of added to the need to dump that as soon as we did too. But, and I've talked to Yvette about this, but the wetland that's on the landowner's land there that they're worried about is pretty insignificant, and it won't have a speck of water in it after about July 1st. So, so I mentioned to them too that perhaps we could, with approval from the environment, landscape that so it would drain as well as our own ditch down to there. So, but I do believe that we need delineation too. So,
Yes,
Just a comment. Just to chirp in on that a little bit, the ditch grades that have been there for many years, basically we've blocked off, left the grade where it was, blocked off the wetland from entering our ditch. So I don't think there's any world where anybody expects that wetland to completely drain. We have to maintain at the very least our ditch grade, so it's got to build up and then get into our ditch if we pull the berm off. But if somebody's looking at doing something with getting rid of that wetland altogether, I mean, you're talking big compensation for that and studies and everything else, because it's a high value wetland.
wouldn't be us, would be the landowner.
No, that'd be the thing, right? I don't think we're talking a world where it gets drained completely. I think it's mostly about where and at what elevation it is allowed to overflow so it doesn't follow the natural path to the north through the other potholes. It gives it a more positive drain down through the ditch where it was before. Right, so I don't think there's any logic that says it gets lowered based on what we're gonna do up there.
And I guess my point is, Mr. Chairman, is that if we'd have, if this would have been brought to the county in a little bit different light, we could have handled this quite easily.
We have a motion on the table to accept for information, with further information to follow. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Andrew?
So the second delegation we had was requested by James Crystal Marshall. They clarified that they were speaking on behalf of James Marshall Trucking rather than themselves individually. They had requested they be added to the agenda by email and asked to speak to concerns regarding the land use bylaw, section 60.8, and the county settler use and enforcement of bylaws on select individuals. Just a bit of background as well. So prior to the meeting on July 14th, the delegation arrived at our building along with a number of staff and family. We saw them, and you did as well, drive some gravel operation equipment around encircling the administration building, honking horns. Interrupted the already in session delegation of MP Damian Keurig that was before council. Both James Marshall and Earl Marshall refused to sign in for the council meeting, which we do typically require for all individuals who attend the administration building, including yourselves. Earl Marshall did berate an administrative staff member who requested the group stop to sign in and advised that none of them would sign in. I'm advised that individuals who were with the delegation dropped rolls of toilet paper on the front counter, and in relation to some profanity that they directed them towards us. As well, at some time during the council meeting, some individual or individuals placed stickers on both the CAO's county vehicle and a county patrol car, which depicted an image of a bulldozer with a profane threat on it, or what was perceived to be a threat. We understand that this sticker is a meme referencing an incident in Colorado in 2004 where a disgruntled resident in an armored bulldozer drove through a series of municipal buildings and other buildings that he felt the owners aggrieved him. Given the meaning of the sticker and the conduct of the delegation and their associates and past references to the Colorado incident posted publicly by the delegation and their staff, we think it's reasonable to believe that it was individuals associated with the delegation that may be responsible for the stickers and the inappropriate threat they represent.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, we can ask questions throughout.
Yeah. What happened at reception, and what, like it states there that one of our administrative staff was berated?
Yeah, Mr. Marshall did get quite aggressive with a staff member, indicating that because it was a public meeting, he didn't sign in. As I'll outline a little later on, we require for a health and safety program so that we know who's in the building in case of an evacuation. The administrative member didn't press the issue and just said that's fine and allowed them to proceed without signing in, but the tone is certainly something that we did not find appropriate.
So, just so that I'm clear on this, the MGA that has just been produced, the 2021 MGA that we're all working on, well, most everybody's working on, when we make that reference, if we have somebody that disturbs our council like that, or our council meetings, it's at full within our rights to deny them a delegation, correct?
More specifically, actually, if a person interrupts a council meeting or acts improperly, you can actually expel them from the meeting entirely, not just as a delegation, but as a watcher or as a member of the gallery. If they're causing a disturbance, they can be expelled.
So we allowed a lot of lenience. You guys allowed a lot of lenience on that, if I'm not correct.
More specifically, it's to the chairman of the meeting to decide. So
Mr. Larry Clark, the county of Stettler allowed them after that disturbance to still be as a delegation. So
that's correct.
Fair enough. And our front counter is videotaped, right? So we have video evidence of that,
Yes.
as they like to say, crap that went on. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Neitz?
Nick, or what were the past references to the killer dozer?
We've seen or been made aware of, it's been sent to us of both a member of the delegation as well as a member of his staff have posted it. The staff on social media, the staff member specifically referenced the county of Stettler. This was some time ago. So this is why we presume that there's an association.
Any other questions on this one? Andrew?
So we had the delegation and some of their associated individuals within council, and then there was some overflow, which we sat in meeting rooms 1 and 2, where we had it set up for viewing the council meeting by Zoom. As indicated before, we do require, or under health and safety practices, it provides for all visitors and attendees at the administration building to sign in. And actually, to further add to that, staff actually also does have an app we sign in on as well. So we do keep a running log for emergency evacuation purposes. As well, we are committed to a safe and respectful workplace for all of our employees. And the county doesn't tolerate threats, bullying behavior, intimidation, harassment, or foul language directed at county staff. And we do advise our staff not to tolerate it.
And so Andrew, do you recall when we started this? It's been a year or two now that we've had this going, isn't it?
For the sign-ins? Yeah.
It may be longer than that, I don't.
Yeah, for visitors, we've been going for quite a few years specifically, and we added staff and council within the last 2 to 3 years specifically to make sure that 100% of people are accounted for.
And I guess my point is, it's not something we just started that last.
Not at all. No.
Like when they brought in all the vehicles and they encircled the building here, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, like why would it be such a threat or a disturbance to us? I just want to have it laid out. Why?
Specifically, the honking actually interrupted the delegation in progress. As well, we've now signed it, but in the past, it hasn't been signed. However, typically behind the building has been intended for staff parking. And certainly not intended for the movement of heavy equipment. In fact, Rick is quite tough on his own staff when they need to do maintenance work in here. And we even scrutinized deliveries quite a bit for their turning motions. It's the parking lot's showing its age, and we try to keep it in decent shape.
I take it anyone that has been a former employee of this place or administration, they should know that the grounds within the area are not well enough in order to be able to hold any heavy trucks on it. You get, go ahead.
I can't say that for certain. We do require staff to be reminded sometimes, as indicated, so.
But it was also a point that when the trucks were impeding, in case there had ever been an emergency here, that there was very much difficulty for anyone to leave this property.
Yeah, I didn't witness it as I was in here with you guys, but I do understand that a member of the public was trying to leave and was unable to do so for some time. I don't know if that was resolved prior to the delegation leaving or if they had to stay until that point, but there was certainly some issues with access or egress.
Thank you, Andrew.
So to provide more background on the delegation and their associates, we do have a fairly long history with them, as council is more than aware, particularly through James Marshall Trucking, Earl Marshall, and Earl Marshall Trucking. James Marshall Trucking began working for the county back in 2001. Between 2001 and 2018, the county contracted with James Marshall Trucking for various gravel supply and haul contracts and contracts that were haul only. The last major contract ended in September of 2018 when the county was informed by Partnerships in Injury Reduction, who's the provincial body which issues safety certificates of recognition. They had indicated to us that the certificates submitted by James Marshall Trucking were not authentic and were therefore As he couldn't get the certificates, he was in default of the contract and the terms of the tender. Earl Marshall was an employee or contractor of the county until 2001. I'm a little unclear whether it was both or either or. Certainly was at least a contractor. Earl Marshall was elected councillor for the County of Stettler in October 2001, and he held positions of councillor, deputy reeve, and reeve between 2001 and 2010. And in 2020, Earl Marshall lost his seat to councillor James Sniper. Earl Marshall ran again for councillor in 2017, but lost to James Sniper. And James Marshall ran for councillor in 2017, but lost to councillor Sheree Neats. In 2021, Earl Marshall was given a warning by the county staff regarding making some unsubstantiated claims, which may defame staff. In 2020 and 2021, Earl Marshall was involved in incidents where staff felt threatened by his behavior. In 2019, James Marshall was given a written warning that the county would not tolerate threats, bullying behavior, intimidation, or harassment against any of its employees. And Earl Marshall Trucking had a development permit at the Crawford pit. It would expired June 30th of this year. Prior to that, he was involved and is still involved in litigation matters concerning that pit and his compliance with his now expired development permit since June of 2020. Earl Marshall Trucking did apply for a new development permit, but it was deemed refused for being incomplete, and no new application has been provided.
Go ahead.
So, the stop work order, I have some difficulty with this one because most people, after they get a stop work order, comply or get their stuff in order. We've taken this one to an extreme because the individual wasn't playing by the rules. They basically walked right through the original stop work order and continued. We had to take it to a judge. And this is normally if we get a stop work order, people comply. We don't have 99.9% of the people that we deal with. What does this cost us? What has enforcing the rules that we have in place cost us in this particular case? Where do we know generally what it's cost? Because we got lawyer times, we've been in front of the judge. The judge made the decision that our stop work order was definitely in order and was to tell them to smarten up.
Yeah, so the cost of enforcement, and we'll go into it a bit later as well, the cost of enforcement is significant. It's a cost that municipalities have to bear, unfortunately. However,
So this individual, by not complying, has cost the county ratepayers, and would I be right in saying thousands or tens of thousands of dollars? Where are we at on this?
well, at this point, we are still awaiting a cost award from the judge. So everything after the stop order, legal fees we incur, enforcement actions we incur, we typically intend to recover through the court process. With this particular incident with what we refer to as a Crawford pit, we're still waiting on that cost award. It has been a significant amount of time. But in other instances, I think at the last meeting, for example, you guys saw enforcement action. It was a much more minor enforcement action that had been applied to the tax rolls, and that landowner was seeking forgiveness on it, and it wasn't granted. So council does have a precedence of requiring the individuals who necessitate the enforcement to be responsible for the cost thereof.
Can we get that cost that this individual has cost the county of Stettler ratepayers? Whether we get awarded the cost back or not, I want to know so people need to know what the money cost for an individual not playing by the rule cost every one of the county ratepayers. That's our tax dollars that could be used to building better roads, putting into our community instead of dealing with people that don't want to comply. And it's really, 90% of our other gravel operators and pit operators are in compliance. This is the kind of stuff that costs us money and time. This council has dealt way too many hours with this individual.
Well, you talk about the cost of enforcement, but also the cost of staff time.
And headaches in the staff.
Thank you.
You bet. And then the last piece of background information too is that James Marshall Trucking did have a development permit for 2 pits. One is still valid and the other expired in June of this year, the end of June of this year. They are working through their development permit application now, and that application's with Parkland.
And they're still continuing to work out of that pit is what I understand. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So the rules don't apply? Is that the idea here? That individuals, well, the permit has run itself out and they continue to work. So the rules don't apply to this individual, either to his partner company or to him. Interesting stuff. I hope the people of the County of Stettler are listening.
I'm just going looking at later on when we go through our finances, and I'm just looking at the legal fees. And to date, we're 160% of our budgeted. So like a lot of this, and we're hardly through, we're just over halfway through the year. So like I anticipate we're going to be over 200% in it. So like we don't know where this is going to be going, but I just look at this. This would be one flagging, and that I'm just saying like with our finances.
What's that amount right now, Mr. Jennings?
Right now, we are sitting a year to date at 200,000, and we had budgeted.
$200,000.
We budgeted 125, so this is what? Month number 8, so we're doing here too.
That's just insane.
That's just month number 7 numbers.
Yeah, that's only one. That's just out of the administration. There's also the MPC that are over budget also. So the other part, I just wonder, okay, we have, when it comes back to the point of is core for the project, it was supposed to be, we gave them a leniency of 60 days, I think it was.
Roughly.
And how many days could we legally enact it upon?
The contract specified that a default would have to be resolved in 6 days. So we did grant about nearly a 10 times extension on that. And then that council made the decision to terminate the contract when it was demonstrated that that James Marshall Trucking wasn't able to get a core in that time.
I think you mentioned in your report here something about contract being terminated because certificates were not authentic. Could you expand on that?
So we, it came up in a council meeting at one point that there was an indication that there was no core, and we had records thereof contrary to that. So when we couldn't find them on the list on Partnerships website, we contacted Partnerships and Injury Reduction. They asked for those copies of those certificates and got back to us indicating that those certificates were issued to firms that were based out of Drayton Valley, not James Marshall Trucking, and that someone had at some point just changed the name on the certificate to indicate James Marshall Trucking.
Andrew, what are the details of the incidents of 2020 and 2021?
The what are the details to the incidents of 2020 and 2021 under H?
So those are a couple events with Earl Marshall. So 2020 was a confrontation with a staff member when he was issuing the stop order and delivered it. He was accompanied by RCMP at that point, and it was a fairly, or at least the staff member felt fairly threatened by his actions at that point. And then in 2021's incidents are actually before the RCMP right now. So I think I would prefer to decline to provide too much information while that's active before the RCMP.
Well, do our peace officers have body cam or the RCMP have body cam? Was this videotaped, or was it, is there any evidence that this happened other than our 2 members stating that they had actually?
No, we do have dash cams with body microphones on it. So
Explain that a little bit more to me, body microphone meaning.
There's a camera in the truck that records in front of the dash, and then the audio fed into it comes both from the cab of the vehicle as well as a wireless microphone that is on the officer's body, so that, for example, when they're pulling somebody over and they're up in the driver's side window, that conversation is captured versus just seeing.
So we have video evidence of this individual berating not only us, but the RCMP as well. Is that what I mean?
That's accurate, yes.
So this isn't hearsay, this isn't opinion, this is facts.
And Andrew, I have one more question on this is what's included in attachment number 3?
So that's a letter that was given to James Marshall when he made some allegations that we were strictly enforcing against him in 2019, and made some comments that this was in a voicemail, made some comments that were perceived as a threat. So our lawyers sent a letter indicating that the county doesn't tolerate threats, bullying behavior, intimidation, or harassment against its employees.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear his full report, if he would just continue where, sorry to interrupt you, Andrew, but if we could have the full report.
I don't mind being interrupted there, and we're going to get into point by point, and perhaps I'll give some natural breaking points for questions as well.
Okay.
So that does, I think, cover most of the background that's relevant to some of the concerns that was raised by the delegation. So as indicated earlier, the delegation did request to speak to 2 matters, which was the land use bylaw and select enforcement on individual companies. In reality, we've sort of gone through that presentation, and it was about 11 different points that I'll speak to that I believe were the intent. So the first one was one of 2 alleged failures on the county's part to enforce against North Star Trucking. So North Star Trucking is another gravel operator that operates near the Earl Marshall Crawford pit. And the allegation was in relation to a property line dispute from 2018. So we did investigate the matter in 2018 when the complaint was raised. We determined North Star was in compliance with its municipal approvals, and that the property line dispute was a private dispute between the landowners. So in 2018, the county received a complaint from both Earl Marshall and James Marshall that North Star was not adhering to setback requirements of a development permit and not following the Alberta regulations concerning the code of practice for pits, and specifically regarding exploration of a water table. So in an email, they alleged that North Star had encroached from their pit in the southeast, 333620, onto the pit where Earl Marshall Trucking operates on the southwest, 333620. They alleged that he was negligent and had removed and relocated a fence off the property line. And just for a bit of background, neither North Star nor Earl Marshall Trucking are the registered owners of the lands that they operate on. Both lease the lands, as far as we're concerned. So we investigated the matter, and we came to a few conclusions. So North Star did have a valid development permit. They weren't in breach of the specific conditions of the permit. They had the appropriate regulatory registrations for the activities authorized under the development permit. We're told that North Star engaged a surveyor who determined that the fence that they relocated was contained entirely on the lands that they operate on, and that surveyor staked for relocation to allow for mining of gravel deposits within their operational boundary. So they staked out where the property line is versus the fence line, because it's important to remember, and many of you as farmers probably know, a fence line doesn't always follow a property line, particularly when you're going into hard ground. You might weave and wave, or you might follow a seam of softer ground that's just easier to pound posts into. So we did actually also reach out to Alberta Environment and Parks and requested that they open an investigation pursuant to the complaint regarding Environmental Protection Enhancement Act and the Water Act regarding the disturbance of the water table. That was outside of the county's jurisdiction. And so what we did, the permit, or pardon me, the gravel pit was seeking a new permit to start doing wet pit operations. They already had a permit for dry pit operations, but at that point, because of the complaint, we did withhold issuing a new development permit. That changed the scope of the activity to wet pit operations until AEP concluded their investigation.
And this individual did indeed stop operations. They waited till they actually had all their permits in place. Is that correct?
Our understanding is that at least the wet pit operations, they were still compliant for any dry pit operations. That compliance was worked on by Alberta Environment and Parks. And they worked through their compliance department with North Star to get their approvals updated. And as mentioned, we did withhold a new development permit until AEP confirmed with us that that process had been undertaken.
Fair enough, thank you.
So, yeah, therefore the stop order wasn't necessary because the gravel pit was compliant with the development permit for dry pit operations. And AEP already took custody of the investigation on contraventions relating to wet pit operations. Additionally, regarding the property line dispute, North Star did provide the county with a copy of an agreement made between the landowners of the southeast border and the landowners of the southwest border to mine an aggregate deposit, reclaim the surface, and relocate the fence to the correct property line. And notably, neither pit operator were party to that agreement. It was just the landowners that were party to it, which is, I believe, what's required.
So help me out with this a little bit. So fence is in the wrong place. You end up complaining about it and they move the fence back onto your property. How many, I'm a feet guy, not a meter guy. What are we talking? How many feet onto the complainer's property? He lost property out of this?
So in this case, the fence was actually moved by North Star from within the property he operates on. Well, I mean, a couple meters, 1 to 2 meters, maybe even 3 meters. So 3 to 6 to 9 feet, somewhere in that area. We don't have measurements from that time because that was a civil issue. And he moved it to what was staked out as the property line. And that,
So he wasn't even close to the property line, but the other operator was.
in this case, I don't believe the other operator was mining in that area.
Oh, okay.
So I don't,
Just from the pictures, it looked like.
yeah, we don't have that under our file.
It looks like it was an old operation, but thank you.
So yeah, in conclusion to that particular point, the county in 2018, this is quite a dated issue. The county concluded that they hadn't breached their development permit with issues with respect to the property line and relocation of the fence. Those were issues between the private landowners, and AEP did not withhold provincial approvals from North Star for any alleged disturbance of the water table. So at that point, we understood the issue to be closed. And further since then, we followed up with AEP to see what their file said regarding their conclusion to this file. And it was as we had understood in 2018, which was they worked with the landowner to ensure compliance and got new approvals in place, which were issued. And then those approvals form part of the development permit requirements for their new pit activity. Point number 2, if there's no other questions on that one, the next allegation was alleging that the county failed to enforce against North Star in a different location. This is nearby, but this would be primarily between both our pit and North Star's pit, and then as well as between North Star's pit and Royal Marshall Trucking's pit. So the delegation alleged a similar property line dispute between our pit and the gravel pit operated by North Star Trucking, alleging that North Star was stealing aggregate from the county and acting in breach of its development permit. The delegation provided a photo. They had labeled it photo number 9. We did not find that to be the case. So, just find that photo. This was the photo that the delegation had provided. North Star had responded to a public RFP from the county that we had advertised to mine aggregate through that land. Upon review, the county noted that our AEP approval didn't allow that. We needed to stay 3 meters from the property line. So as a result, we canceled that RFP. North Star, on the other hand, their approvals seem to allow them to mine right up to the property line. So they continue to do that in accordance with their approvals. We did advise James Marshall of this in an email from the Reeve to James Marshall in August of 2018. And subsequent to that, we also followed up and clarified in an email from the CAO in September of 2018. So we did determine through that there's no disputes between the county and the landowner or operator on the Northwest 283620. In 2018, we understand there were some issues with the location of the fence between North Star's pit and Royal Marshall Trucking's pit. Identifying the property pin shows that once again, the fence line is not the property line. The fence line was well within North Star's pit. So in this case, to the left, this picture is taken standing in the County of Stettler's pit. On the left side, that would be the south, because we're facing west here. The left side is south, that is North Star Trucking's pit. And on the north side is our Marshall Trucking's pit. The fence line, as you can see between the two, is quite a distance in from where the property pin is indicated. So I believe the delegation referred to some pictures of the fence hanging in the air. Our evaluation determined that that fence was still within their property and still they were still set back from the adjacent pit operations.
Just for reference, the pin to the post, how far is that?
Probably about a meter.
Thank you.
That's an 8-foot brace, about 4 feet or so.
Meter and a half.
It does appear that within the Rural Marshall Trucking pit, that this area has previously been mined, and in fact, because of the reliance on the fence line as the property line, it may have actually indicate that the operator, being Rural Marshall Trucking or a past operator of this pit, may have mined too close to the property line, on the understanding that the fence line was the property line.
So there's two disputes with property lines that we're dealing with.
There's, two separate.
Okay, so this is the picture that I was talking about earlier, that they actually, when they made the dispute, they actually lost property. They were mining up to the area, okay.
Yeah, so this is a separate
So in
fence.
this particular case, it's a good chance that whoever's mining the pit, on the right-hand picture is actually mining up to the property line and way too close.
Yeah, it's clearly past mining.
Past it.
Yeah, no, sorry, no, not past the property line. Previously mining occurred historically. We're not sure at what point that was done, but it would have been a considerable time ago.
Fair enough, thank you.
So further to that, in July of 2018, the county did receive our AEP approval to mine the property line. So we pulled back the gravel, we haven't crushed it yet, and allowed North Star to start reclaiming and erect a new fence. Upon investigation, looking at the volumes we pulled back from that property line, there's no indication that North Star removed gravel from county lands, and nor was North Star operating on our lands. So yeah, the volumes we got out of that fence line matched what we expected to get out of that fence line. Therefore, a stop order wasn't necessary because North Star Trucking was not in breach of its development agreement or conditions therein.
That's a pretty bold statement, almost defamation of character, when you say that someone has stolen gravel from the county of Stettler. I would think North Star might have something to say about that. They said it in a public forum that they basically said that North Star had stolen and our investigation proved it wrong. So I'm thinking there should be a retracting from certain JMT on that delegation. What do I know?
Moving on, thirdly, there was an alleged failure to include a record within a FOIPA request. In 2019, the delegation had requested information through FOIP, which is a mechanism we love to use because it establishes clear expectations for the public and a clear timeline. And it makes responding to requests for information significantly more methodical. The delegation alleged that there were documents that were responsive that were not provided in that request, and also complained about the fees that were levied. All of the documents responsive to the search terms were provided. The delegation didn't raise a concern about the documents in 2019 when they should have under the legislation, and the fee was appropriate. So to expand on that a bit, the FOIP request was made on February 2019, pardon me. We saw it, I handled this file and I saw clarification on the scope of the request, and limited the search to the operators listed in the 2019 request based on the terms indicated in the email. So based on the initial request, which I can provide, the request had asked for a list of operators and complaints against them, specifically sort of aggregate industry and similar. I went back to the applicant and asked if they also wanted requests where an operator wasn't named, because that's, or pardon me, they wanted complaints where an operator wasn't named, because primarily when we get complaints, there's a truck speeding down the road. There's, issues like that, but as quoted here, looking for all companies related to the following list of companies was the response we got. So we understood that to be strictly just the list he provided and no one else. The responsive record that seems to be a question was the complaint that was filed by James Marshall through the Reeve regarding a pit operator. It didn't have a name of the pit operator, it just had a legal land location, and therefore it wasn't responsive to the request. In April of 2019, Crystal Marshall, who was a member of the delegation, emailed myself to confirm if the information that was requested was all contained on the USB flash drive that we provided. I did respond affirmatively saying we believed it to be, but I did ask her to let me know if something they expected was missing, because I could take another look at the request. We try to be helpful with a FOIP request. I didn't get a further request or response, and no request to search it. Additionally, the delegation alleged that their road use agreement for work with North Star at Paradise Shores was not provided, or that the FOIP indicated that there was no road use agreement required from North Star for work at Paradise Shores. There was no road use agreement between North Star for work at Paradise Shores because Paradise Shores general contractor, Heavy North Construction, obtained the road use agreement, and North Star may have operated as a subcontractor under that agreement. And that's very typical for us for large construction jobs, or even increasingly small construction jobs, especially when they need to get on a permanent bad road. The delegation also alleged that James Marshall paid $1,962 for the FOIP request. That's incorrect. James Marshall was charged $990. And when the fee estimate was provided, the county did identify that fee could be reduced by narrowing the scope of the search. It's usually better for all parties. We can help work for them and say, well, what are you looking for? Cast a smaller net, and we all have less work to do, which means you pay less.
So just to clarify, there was a $972 savings basically to Mr. Marshall on this FOIP request that they really were almost shotgun requesting. You helped them by narrowing it down a little bit and saying, listen, you don't need that. But we still had $1,970 or $1,960 worth of work put into this, correct?
More specifically, the 1,962 number that came from the FOIP estimate at the end, or pardon me, the FOIP sort of invoice at the end, which demonstrated how much work went into it and what under the FOIP Act we could have charged. I stuck with my initial quote, which was light on the hours, because I didn't want it to be where, I said it'd be $1,000 and then I come back and say, after he's paid half, well, actually I want 2,000. The cost to staff, based on staff time, so that $1,962 based on prescribed rates in the FOIP Act, where we can only hit a maximum, which is lower than the actual cost. The actual cost to do a FOIP request like this one was closer to $3,000.
So $3,000, and we only charged $990. So the ratepayers of the county of Stettler flipped the tab for this again. So again, all the ratepayers paid to have this taken care of. And yet, he has the audacity to say that it's $1,962. That's an untruth. I think that's an opinion, not a fact. Thank you.
Yeah, that in, conclusion to the allegation about the FOIP request, the county's response to the FOIP request was responsive and accurate. The fee was appropriate. If there was a concern, the delegation could have requested review from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. It's the appropriate body to bring it before, but no complaint was filed with that governing body. There was another allegation about tickets against James Marshall Trucking, which were thrown out. So the delegation alleged that in 2019, the county issued tickets against James Marshall Trucking for operating without a road use agreement in a targeted manner. The county issues tickets to any person found to be operating without a road use agreement. The county's legal counsel came to an agreement with legal counsel for James Marshall Trucking that the county could withdraw, which means we would not prosecute some tickets against operators for James Marshall Trucking if James Marshall Trucking got into the road use agreement. They got into a road use agreement, and as agreed, we didn't prosecute a number of tickets. The first goal of our enforcement is, and likely always will be, compliance.
Say that again, please, just so.
The first goal of our enforcement is, and likely always will be, compliance.
And that's the same with any of our stop work orders or anything that we do.
It's accurate. We are not
want them just to comply and play by the rules. And if you don't play by the rules, then you are going to force us to have more enforcement.
Yeah. So when compliance isn't achieved, there's effectively two options, punitive or injunctive relief. Injunctive relief is when we go to the courts to make a person comply. And punitive is when we issue fines.
So in this case, they complied and we withdrew the ticket.
A number of the tickets, we left one in place.
And we were successful and they paid it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, how many tickets did we withdraw? If we left one?
I think there was 5 issued and 4 withdrawn. I would have to verify that.
The balance was one that was.
Yeah, the balance was one that was left in place. And then the others were withdrawn, and James Marshall Trucking operated with a road use agreement for several years after that. And so in conclusion, that matter was addressed in 2019. If the delegation had a concern about that agreement between the legal counsels to withdraw the tickets on that condition, then they should have instructed their legal counsel to proceed differently. They didn't want to get into a road use agreement or wanted to argue the validity of it. They should have taken the tickets to trial. Allegations of favoritism towards North Star Trucking. So the delegation made a number of allegations that county was favoring North Star Trucking. These allegations are unsubstantiated and we believe unwarranted. The delegation alleged that in November 2018, that North Star Trucking did not have a road use agreement after receiving a development permit for their pit. In that case, development permit 18068 required access via Range Road 20-3 and the Fenn Road. In that instance, both roads are paved road surfaces. Therefore, we don't require a road use agreement under the bylaw 1642-20, that's our general traffic bylaw, section 9.1.5, which speaks to the conditions under which we do require, or for what considerations we would make in requiring a road use agreement. The delegation also alleged that North Star's development permit is valid for 5 years, whereas James Marshall Trucking's permit expires in 4 years, and that there was a discrepancy there and treating the operators differently. Section 60.14 of the land use bylaw provides that a development permit for sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction shall expire 5 days from the date the development permit is issued, or as otherwise determined by the development authority. However, the permit's only valid and active once the preliminary conditions are satisfied. So in this case, North Star Trucking met all their preliminary conditions either before or shortly after the development permit was approved, whereas James Marshall Trucking took nearly a year after the permit was issued to satisfy the conditions to post a reclamation security. Therefore, the permit was effectively 5 years. There was 1 year where the conditions weren't approved, which resulted in 4 years.
So one company got their books in order and got all that we needed for the conditions to be in place, and one company doesn't.
They do now. They just took
But at the time, it just took them a little longer. So again, not our issue. like I always say, not our monkey, not our circus. If you can't get your stuff together, we put the conditions on, you need to fulfill the conditions. And no different than any other developer, whether it would be G3 or any other developer out there. They fill the conditions, they work.
In other words, they operated with 1 year being non-compliant, plus 4 years.
I wouldn't say that, because I don't believe they operated in that year when they were still working on getting approvals. Which is perfectly fine. If you have preliminary conditions to meet, whether that be for building a house or a garage or operating a business, you have a year to meet, or to start constructing, to start your business, or start the operation, and you have a further year after that to finish meeting your conditions, your preliminary conditions. So, our land use bylaw allows for a person to not be fully running for 2 years from the issuance of their development permit. However, in time-limited development permits, that doesn't pause or extend the time you have for working thereafter.
In other words, 1 year inactive plus 4 years. 4 plus 1 equals.
So further, this allegation included that enforcement's not equal, and that we're somehow targeting the marshals or favoring North Star Trucking. As we've discussed a little bit, our enforcement efforts focus on situations where enforcement is warranted. All operators are held to the standards and requirements outlined in the development permits and in accordance with the land use bylaw, and further to that, in accordance with the general traffic bylaw as well. If a person has a concern with their development permit, their avenue for review is the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board or the Land Property Rights Tribunal. It's not with council.
Just the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, that changed, and that's under the new MGA that is put out in 2020. What month of 2021?
It was in June of 2021 that
So we have a new MGA that we should be following.
Absolutely.
And everybody should be looking at the same book, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I always recommend grabbing it online, and I get yelled at by people who are more paper happy, but
I'm with you with that. I like it in paper form, but like that in paper form does become obsolete, because I think I've had, since I've been on council, 2 or 3 versions of the book of the MGA, because it, as much as it doesn't change, it changes quite regularly. And everybody needs to be on the same page when we're talking about it. If you're looking at a book that is 12 years old, I'm thinking that you may be getting some misinformation.
yeah, the MGA actually is changing more often than it's practical for us to update them even internally. It used to be once every few years that there would be a major change. We've seen half a dozen changes in the last year that would have warranted buying new MGAs, and that's why I go online to buy.
And it's because you're
Techie.
Regardless, so that LPRT, the Land Property Rights Tribunal, the former Municipal Government Board, or the SDAB, those are the appropriate avenues to contest either the conditions or other approval or denial of a development permit, not county council. Depending on the situation in the county's investigation, we may exercise discretion to enforce. As we discussed earlier, we may try to obtain voluntary compliance. That's typically our first step, and in many cases, we don't even get to a stop order. You'll hear at our MPC meetings, our development officers will often discuss a letter of intent to enforce. So it's a really, really high level warning, and typically we see compliance from there. We may take enforcement action, or we may decide not to enforce in cases where enforcement might not provide efforts. For example, if they are operating outside of the terms of the condition of a permit or without a permit, but are working on getting one, there may be times where issuing a stop order isn't economically reasonable. Whenever county administration undertakes significant enforcement, we do report to council. Typically, you might not hear about all of the files that we have where we call the guy and say, hey, mow your lawn. But you do get to approve the ones where you say, hey, we're going to go and mow their lawn and put it on their taxes. And in fact, we often have you approve that action prior to going rather than just being informed of it. It's not a requirement under the MGA for council to approve enforcement action, but just the nature of our operation, we often keep you apprised or seek approval. So regardless of whether we take enforcement steps or not, residents are still required to comply with the county bylaws.
Residents and businesses.
Residents, businesses, visitors, everyone. That's a good point. It's not just residents, it's everyone. In all enforcement cases, whether they're tickets and fines or orders, residents are advised of the appropriate timelines and avenues to seek a review, challenge, or appeal the various enforcement decisions. A delegation to council is not one of these avenues. With respect to the allegation of favoritism, administration notes that we've done significant gravel contracting in the last 10 years to the amount of $12.6 million. And of that, James Marshall Trucking has actually secured 11.3 million in these contracts, where North Star Trucking has only secured 180,000.
So $11.3 million of 12.6. What's the percentage of that? What kind of percentage of the contracts went to JMT?
Roughly 94%.
And the reason that that was canceled contract was because of there was some unauthentic paperwork that was given to us, and we gave them, by law, we only had 6 days to get his paperwork in order, but in this case, we gave him at least 2 months, because it came to council a couple of times. So again, not our monkey, not our circus. If you can't get your books in order, that certificate is something that you can make application and should have within 30 days. And we gave him 60 days to rectify it. While we were doing that, we continued to let him do business with us, did we not? We didn't terminate. He actually did some business within the 60 days that we gave him notice to get that done. Am I not right in saying that?
I believe in that case, we did stop the contract when the safety certificate wasn't available. There was not much left to be done at that point.
Okay, I saw some bills come through and they may have been late getting us the bills.
I would never trust our billing cycles for when the work was done.
Okay.
But
so 94%, $11 million. I can see why somebody losing that contract might have an axe to grind.
But I mean, to that regard as well, the following year in 2019, James Marshall Trucking was still successful in obtaining contracts that did not require a core. We have had at that point COVID, and the economic situation changed it. But in 2019, we did engage contract haulers on a fixed rate basis to provide hauling of county gravel. And James Marshall Trucking was successful in obtaining some of those contracts.
So we didn't cut them off completely.
That's right. The requirement for a certificate of recognition was an issue for some contracts, but not others. And
it's the size of the contract. And this, it's a substantial contract at $11.3 million is a very substantial contract. That's a lot of money.
But that's over 10 years, so 1 point.
That's still a lot of money. I don't care. You got a lot of money. Somebody made a lot of money over a 10-year period through the county of Stellar. I know that people are out there on Facebook talking about our paychecks. It dims in comparison. Over the 10 years, council hasn't spent that kind of money on themselves.
Okay. And then further to that, we do have a policy. Our capital purchasing disposition policy provides that suppliers and contractors currently involved in civil or criminal legal actions involving the county are excluded from providing bids and services until such a time as the action is resolved to satisfaction of the county or is directed by a court having jurisdiction of the matter. So as there's now litigation involving that contractor, there aren't currently contracts being awarded.
So that's how the awarding a contract goes, is that's one of the criteria, and what other steps do we take if we're gonna?
Yeah, otherwise, to award a contract, there's a few different ways we do it. Sometimes we'll do a fixed rate and get expressions of interest from local contractors. And then there's basically a first available, and you flick through the list. And that's how we spread some of the wealth, so to speak, and try and get our local contractors engaged. Other times there are bigger jobs that are tender bid. And in that case, we'll advertise a public tender. Or smaller jobs where they're still going to be responsible for the site might just be a request for proposal. And those, both the tender bids and the request for proposal typically come to council to award. And then the procedures for setting up a fixed rate contract is set by council and then handled administratively. So in conclusion to that particular allegation, we believe those allegations of favoritism or targeting are both dated, it's unsubstantiated, and therefore unwarranted. Sixth, was allegations that there was non-compliance with the councillor code of conduct. The delegation alleged that councillors are not complying with your code of conduct bylaw 1592-18. Now the county's legal counsel has actually addressed this a couple times with James Marshall and a member of staff in September 2020 and October 2020. The councillor code of conduct provides that councillors may file informal or formal complaints against other councillors. There's no provision for the public to file a complaint under the bylaw. And furthermore, sanctions may only be imposed by council if a formal complaint is filed by a councillor and found to demonstrate a breach of the bylaw. So in your code of conduct, you are the legislator, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. It's yours. It's the intent of that particular legislation was to curb dysfunctional councils that were losing focus on council business for infighting. And so this gives a way for council to ensure that they're all upholding, they're all playing by the same common ground of expectations. So in this case, those allegations have been addressed by council. No new evidence or information has been provided to substantiate a complaint, and therefore no further complaints been filed.
Councilor Nixon, another question. Andrew, I just want to back up just a little bit on the last topic. Now, do we not have a policy that says that in the wording of contracts, if administration feels that they're being bullied or harassed, that they can knock that person off the list, sort of thing? I think we added that to a policy here.
I'm not sure if that actually ever made the policy. We may have discussed it at some point, but I believe that it's not in there. We do have some significant challenges in the new Straight Partnership Agreement. It does set some pretty standard requirements, and we can score bids and include in that scoring past performance by an operator. But typically we act a bit robotic as it comes to past behavior in that regard, and it's not a formal criteria.
And the reason I mention that is because I read it on a Reynolds Mirth newsletter or something that came out, and actually I called into the policy committee, and Sean was looking after it that time, and asked if they look at that. So and I didn't.
We did look at it, but and we did bring it as forward, but it never got to the.
Yeah. Thank you.
On the code of conduct, this has taken a lot of time with something that was effectively wrapped up. Letters were sent out, and it keeps rearing its head and rearing its head and rearing its head. So, do we have to deal with this further?
No, council doesn't have an obligation to deal with business that doesn't further council business. At the end of the day, your council meetings are for conducting council business. They're for advancing the strategic priorities of the council and meeting your regulated statutory obligations. If there is an issue that council is happy has been appropriately dealt with, or otherwise that there's a better avenue for it, for example, appeal tribunals or courts or RCMP or anything to that regard, council not just doesn't have to, but shouldn't consider that application. Okay, then moving on, there's some alleged complaints about administration, which the delegation alleged complaints about both the CEO of Cassidy and myself, the Director of Municipal Services. Notably, of course, council and county's legal counsel have to address the alleged complaints about myself. And then if council has a concern about the chief administrative officer, council may address it pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, on which you're required to annually evaluate the CEO. And further, there are non-annual provisions in there as well if you think that there is action warranted. So administration's more than a little concerned that these alleged complaints, along with Facebook messages we've received, emails to administration, and delegation requests, demonstrate a concerning pattern of unfounded allegations against county administration and staff by the delegation and their associates. These allegations aren't just unfounded, as we've demonstrated to council before, inappropriate, they've been addressed. So. Moving on, there was
Silver?
Well, how can we respond to the false allegations posted on Facebook and other media?
So false allegations may cross into defamation, which is for the individuals being defamed to pursue. And as those individuals may still be seeking advice of their own and those options, I think that's probably where I'd like to leave that answer.
Hey, I'm not sure about this, but my personal opinion that this seems more like a campaign strategy, and I'm just wondering, has Mr. Marshall filed his papers for the election? Because honestly, it's the administration in the county of Stettler is always the whipping boy or whipping girl in this case. And it's always easy to pick on the big bad administration because, you're going to go into the county and you're going to fix things. And I'll be honest, when I first got on the council, I had the idea that it was all administration's fault, but we work as a team here, and that know it from me. I'm 100% behind you. You do a great job, and I will tell anybody when I'm out there that that is the case and that you work very hard. And you and Andrew and any of our staff or administration does not, absolutely does not deserve the harassment, the berating, and the BS that is going on in this particular case. And it does seem to me that this is just the start of a campaign. Is that has the papers been filed?
We actually contract out our returning officer to keep administration at arm's length, so we don't actually know who's necessarily filed their papers unless they've told us. I'm not aware of that, but that's our returning officer handles all papers.
I hope the ratepayers see this for what it is.
If it's okay with you two, I'm going to continue blaming administration for everything. Is that okay?
In a nice way.
Has anything happened with the allegations with you, Andrew, and you, Beth?
What is it about? What's it regarding? Do we know?
Yeah, so the allegations specifically that were made about me, and I can speak to that, is that I made a false affidavit. It's not quite the same as perjury, but it's pretty darn close. In this case, that affidavit was actually quite black and white. I'm quite comfortable that I made no such false affidavit and that the actions in it are true. Specifically, the allegation that came before council earlier as part of a letter and the delegation is that there were costs incurred in responding to an affidavit on an action that was withdrawn. The action was withdrawn because we got compliance. He gave us the information we were seeking, therefore we withdrew, leading the courts to compel him to give us the information we were seeking. And when we withdrew that action, it was done by consent with his lawyer. His James Marshall Trucking's legal counsel agreed with our legal counsel that each party would bear their own costs. We didn't see costs from him, and therefore he didn't from us. So if there was some issue about the costs awarded or the costs incurred, then the delegation should raise that issue with their legal counsel.
What yours is about?
He accused me of basically, I think it's section 589
Right.
in the NGA
About falsifying an affidavit, which was,
Or a report.
or a report, which was basically I signed off on an inspection report that was attached to the affidavit that went forward to the court on the Crawford pit. And the judge found that the affidavit was correct and appropriate, and accepted it.
And in neither one of these cases has there been a retraction from this individual, has there? When any of the allegation that he's made so far, again, his opinion, not the facts, there's been no retraction when he's out there defaming not only our county employees, staff, and CEO, Nothing. Has anybody seen anything? I'm not a Facebooker, so I don't know if there's anything as far as retractions, but there's. He seems to eat it quite readily by the sounds of it. I'm not a person.
Moving on then, the eighth allegation was some concerns about amendments to the land use bylaw regarding gravel pits and reclamation thereof. They raised the concerns about that. It was the 2020 changes to the land use bylaw 1443-10. That land use bylaw was properly amended and no challenge was filed to the amendments. So it was in November 10th of 2020 that council gave bylaw 1644-20, which amended the land use bylaw first reading. The amendments impacted sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction processing, which included changes in the application requirements that you're all well aware of. On December 9th, we had our statutory public hearing and gave bylaw 1644-20 second and third reading. And the delegation and their and members, or some of their associates, were in attendance virtually and spoke to the public hearing. So if any person has concerns about an amendment to any bylaw, the appropriate process for seeking a review is to make an application to the Court of the Queen's Bench within 60 days of the passage of the bylaw, pursuant to sections 536 and 537 of the Municipal Government Act. No application for judicial review was made to the court. We would have been notified by now for sure. And additionally, the public engagement piece on that, rather than entertaining them through delegations, the Municipal Government Act specifies the types of bylaws that require a public hearing or other public engagement. And in this case, that was undertaken, and the delegation was actually heard from, and council considered that commentary in proceeding. With respect to the delegation's allegation contained within here that the public is held to a higher standard regarding reclamation, this isn't accurate. Subject to conditions of a development permit, all pits are required to progressively reclaim operations in accordance with plans approved by Alberta Environment. If there's a concern with the conditions of the development permit, including that concern for progressive reclamation, then the appropriate avenue to address that is an appeal through either the SDAV or the Land Property Rights Tribunal, as may be appropriate. And failure to abide by the conditions of a development permit in the land use bylaw may and often are enforced by the county as necessary.
Just a note, how many pits do we have right now that are waiting on Alberta Environment to give us? We've got 3 pits?
Seeking reclamation certificates?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 3
pits out of all the pits that the county owns. So we are doing our reclamation on a regular basis. We've even sent a letter to Alberta Environment asking for them to kickstart the process a little bit to get the inspections of these particular pits ready. We've had a number that unfortunately, we're still paying lease on, but Alberta Environment is the one that's holding us back, correct?
Yeah.
So we have done
That's
reclamation.
accurate. Plus, we've got older pits and, well, even some current pits that we've done large crushes in, but we have plans for reclamation. And of course, going forward with any of the new pits that we've acquired, we always plan our reclamation as we plan how we're going to crush the pit.
Do we put money aside for that as well?
Yes, we do.
So what do we put aside? So we actually have in our budget money aside for
Reclamation, it shows up in the
Liability section of our financial statement. So it started out at 50 cents per ton that we crushed, and it's now up to $1, and we set that aside.
And that's been progressively changing, correct?
And that was recommended by our auditor and basically I think the code of practice, but the amount was set by our operator. She brought it to council's attention that she didn't believe 50 cents was enough a few years ago, and we then raised it to $1.
So we have funds sitting in available to do reclamation, correct?
Yes.
And then further to that, we spoke a bit about reclamation certificates. The progressive reclamation we require does not necessitate that the private operators actually get a reclamation certificate until they're done. What we want to see is, and what many operators do as well, is see their reclamation liability minimized by reclaiming as you go. That's what we mean by reclamation liability. So in speaking with Alberta Environment and the approvals person for our area, they've indicated that typically they see their operators only ever propose to open up 5 years of activity at a time and reclaim that as they go. And that's just to reduce the amount of cash or bond that they have to put out to Alberta Environment. So if they do it 5 years at a time, they can keep their reclamation liability down, which is great for us. It means we see stuff cleaned up quicker and pits managed appropriately.
And council is aware that, we try to keep our gravel pits also,
Working in the agricultural industry, so we rent and lease them out. So our plan for reclamation, of course, affects how much a farmer gets to farm, produced or pastured animals. So we try to work with them to make sure that we're doing the minimum so that they can use the land for pasture or producing crops.
Yeah, and on that too, Mr. our Earl Marshall indicated that, if this went through, that he would take a support on this. Has there been any?
No, as indicated, we haven't had a judicial review of it.
Okay.
I think he also told us that he was taking it to the powers that be at the provincial government, i.e. MLAs and ministers, and I don't think we've heard anything back of it. Fair enough. Kind of a bully tactic, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask one question. I had a couple of wrote down here, but Mr. Nyberg asked them, so,
We're thinking like Dave, sorry.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not thinking much these days. I don't know why he just don't comply with this, because he could make that, there's still lots of gravel in that pit. You make millions of dollars, thousands of dollars. And the stop work order, I was surprised that they could go. It was put on, when was it put on? I'm a little foggy today.
June of 2020.
Yeah, June 2020,
2020, or
like over a year ago.
over a year ago, it was June a year ago. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't really understand it, because you could just put in, if you got at it, you could get it in maybe 30, 60 days, and you go back just pound an ox and carrying on if you got all your permits, but, oh well. And then, yeah, me and Mr. Marshall, we sat on, when we got, some people are asking now why we don't go and pave the, the Scholar Road. Oh, you tell me, I get a lot of complaints. I'd like to have it paved, but at the end of the day, it's not viable, feasible. When we did that, me and Mr. Marshall were both on council. And what percentage? It was like 90-some% provincial government grant was, or?
It was the Resource Road grant.
Yeah.
Resource Road, yeah.
50.
50?
And we did it in 2 phases.
Yeah.
It took us.
We did it in 3 miles and 4 months, right?
Right. And I think the first time we applied 3-4 times trying to get that grant. Since I've been here in 2007.
Oh, lots, yeah.
And then they had applied before that also, and we're not successful. But we were successful in 2010, and we did complete the job 2011, 2012.
So we also got some grant, federal money in there as well for that Fen Road, didn't we?
No.
It was just a Resource Road.
So 50-50.
Yeah, provincial.
Mr. Grover.
And that's $7 million, right?
That was the total of the total 7 miles.
Yeah, for 7 miles, $7 million, and it was because the maintenance was getting to be crazy.
Mr. Grover, just a question. Did you at the time own a gravel pit on the Fen Road?
No, I'd like to.
Do you now? No.
I'm just a cow farmer.
We actually brought the second phase in under budget because I had to write a check back to the Alberta government for unused grant funds. Broke my heart.
Somewhere else, talking, they put it on that.
To that in a minute, actually, using it somewhere else, but if I can just keep going in the order of my report here. So the next issue was the allegations regarding the stop order inspection and the enforcement thereof. So the delegation raised a number of issues related to the June 26, 2020 stop order issued to Earl Marshall Trucking. So it's important to note that the delegation was James and Crystal Marshall, and they are not parties to the stop order, despite some of the allegations they made. February 12th of 2021, the Court of Queen's Bench found that Earl Marshall Trucking was in breach of the stop order and granted the county a mandatory and permanent injunction against Earl Marshall Trucking. I'll refer to that as the court order from here on forward. The court order is valid and it's enforceable. The county determined Earl Marshall Trucking was not in compliance with the court order. Through discussions with the council, we could not get him to come into compliance with the court order. And therefore, pursuant to the court order, we did limit access to the gravel pit after warning Earl Marshall Trucking that that was the enforcement action we would take for continued non-compliance. So the county posted a notice and advised Earl Marshall Trucking that access would be granted only by requesting access to the county, and we locked the gate. Access has been granted to the gravel pit upon request under the appropriate terms, particularly to move equipment that's not related to the gravel pit operations or not continuing gravel pit operations or not removing aggregate. The delegation raised a concern that James Marshall Trucking was not advised of the closure of the pit. Because James Marshall Trucking is not a party to the stop order or the court order. Any issues James Marshall Trucking has with respect to this are private matters between James Marshall Trucking and the operator of the gravel pit is Earl Marshall Trucking, or at best the landowner. We have no record of that being an operator. In fact, we've been told that James Marshall Trucking does not operate that pit. Therefore, I cannot understand where we would be able to notify them. The delegation also raised a number of issues about the June 26, 2020 inspection report, the one that Yvette was referencing earlier, including about the attached photographs and attendees at the inspection. I can justify why the pictures look the way they do, but ultimately the court has upheld the stop order and the underlying inspection and issued a court order on the matter. So those inspections, the reports, the validity thereof have been confirmed by the courts. They're not an issue before this council. The county has the authority to enforce the court order, and the impact of enforcement on third parties is a private matter between and Earl Marshall Trucking.
So that's Court of Queen's Bench.
That is correct.
So we can't override a Court of Queen's Bench ruling, right?
That's correct.
Okay, the MGA, the current MGA, the one in 2021, that we, nowhere does it said that we can override that.
Right. In fact, the court order is almost, the court order is informed by the MGA. The MGA grants great latitude to the courts to impose conditions they find acceptable.
Perfect. Just as a note, we did this, Mr. Grover alluded to this earlier, but we did the stop order in June of 2020, so over a year ago. They operated continuously past that point, just up to a couple of months ago that they actually stopped operation. He claimed that he was not selling gravel out of that particular pit. Is that what I was to understand?
I believe Earl Marshall Trucking sent a letter to council in that regard.
And yet Mr. James Marshall Trucking said that his gravel was in that pit and it would have come out of that pit. They didn't truck it into there, so it wasn't a storage issue. It was crushed, mined, and processed in that pit. So he had to have been selling it to James Marshall Trucking, if I am correct in that.
That's a reasonable presumption.
Okay. So in other words, one of them was not telling us the full goods. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Then further, issue 10 were some allegations about the Fenn Road versus the Warden Road contract awards. So the delegation alleged that grant funds are going to the Fenn Road, whereas Township Road 350, which we often refer to as the Webster Road, has 6 pit operators using it for access. Fenn Road, as that's described, was a priority project from the council from at least 2007 through 2010. Council determines priority with respect to capital projects through budget decisions and at public council meetings. You guys weigh the factors based on a number of variables that include traffic volume, the alternative routes available, the nature of the traffic that's expected on the road, the money that's available. I mean, that's probably what takes up the majority of your budget deliberations is to what level of standard do we maintain each road. In 2010, we were finally successful in applying for and obtaining the first in a couple of resource road program grants. And the grant money, once it's applied for the Fen Road, had to be used in accordance with the application. So we couldn't, as Yvette lamented, having to cut a check back because we did the job efficiently enough to save money. We unfortunately couldn't just apply it to another road, and that's the provincial government's requirements. Subsequent phases of work, including the overlay project we just awarded this year, have similarly been subject to the same sorts of council budget decisions, the same applications, the same criteria. So it's not as simple as saying, well, we want to do everything. If we had enough money to pave every road in this county, I would do it in a heartbeat. And then, yeah, so in conclusion on that, capital project spending is determined by council. You're at liberty to prioritize that capital projects as you determine. And grant funds obtained for a particular project need to be used for that project. And the last issue was an allegation about the delegation's access to council and previous requests to make delegations to council. They raised issues about previous requests, and we can advise that both the county and the county's legal counsel have responded to these delegation requests. Furthermore, there is a substantial and growing concern that these requests by the delegation and their associates are about matters that have either been addressed or concluded, should be more appropriately brought before other bodies like the SDAB, the courts, the RCMP, and even lastly that council meetings are for council business. If it's an item you can't act on or shouldn't act on, then there is no statutory right of a person to have a delegation. Notably, if other matters are before another body, like we discussed before, the Development Authority is included in that, subdivision appeal boards, the courts, the RCMP, provincial bodies. It's not actually appropriate for council to discuss those matters or for them to be before. The statute throughout the province, and not just in the MGA, establishes a wide breadth of who has control over what, on where the appropriate recourse is for people, and it's evolved over decades. It's simply not appropriate for council to even consider overturning something that they don't have the authority to hear an appeal on. And yeah, so that's in conclusion to that matter. Lastly, just in conclusion to the entire report, further to council's request, we have addressed these various allegations raised forward, despite them being outside, many of them being outside of the issues that you originally sought a delegation about. We note that a number of these matters are dated, have no bearing on present matters. We're also concerned that a number of these issues are substantiated by evidence. They're being brought before council rather than the appropriate body. They're being repeated despite being addressed by county, the legal counsel, or the court. And almost none of these issues raised are matters that council can actually address anymore. Additionally, the conduct of the delegations and associates prior to the council meeting, including that inappropriate and offensive behavior that we discussed earlier, is of concern. We do operate primarily on a complaint-based system to identify where there's issues and where we exercise our discretion with respect to how we deal with the complaints and enforcement, if necessary. Enforcement is multifaceted. It can consist of education and voluntary compliance, but sometimes it requires legal action, particularly when ratepayers or business operators or visitors fail or refuse to comply. Administration ensures you guys are kept informed about these significant enforcement matters, and particularly those involving legal action. Fortunately, enforcement is a part of the cost of being a municipal governing body. Dealing with these matters doesn't make friends. However, the county does seek to recover these costs when possible by seeking to hold the non-compliant individuals responsible for the costs. I hope this provides the intent of this delegation to provide council with the information you need as a background to the allegations raised by the delegation, in accordance with your direction in July.
Counselor Nixon?
I just, and I guess you maybe answered that as well, Andrew, but will this be posted, I guess, on our webpage or to the public? I guess it already is public now because it's on our YouTube for whoever reads it, but
The formal report I have that I'm reading from could be published if council so directs.
and the reason I'm asking that is because we normally take the higher ground and we don't respond to accusations on Facebook or social media. So I think the ratepayers of the county of Stettler deserve the truth in this matter.
Thank you, Councilor Member.
Go ahead, Russ.
This is, we've sat here for months and years almost dealing with all of these accusations and blame, fingers pointing or whatever, but what I can't understand, it would be so much simpler in my mind, is why don't they get their permits complete? Why don't they renew their expired permits and why don't they get their safety certificates current? Like, I don't understand why these things aren't happening.
Fortunately, we can't answer that.
That's all council asks, is to get your permits complete,
That's all we ask of anybody. It's not like we're asking any.
updated.
Counselor Nyberg, then
I'll make the motion and we can discuss it still continuing that, that we post this on our website for all the county ratepayers to see, because I think it's very important. I think it's very much, Mike Pence said it, you are entitled to your opinions, but you're not or your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. This is very well done. I thank administration for putting the facts out there and being straightforward. I think we also should be sending a letter to Nate Horner and I think anybody that he sees fit that needs to see this rebuttal and the facts that are out there, because I know, like I earlier spoke, they were taking it to the powers that be, and I know they have approached a number of MLAs with their concerns and their opinions, but not necessarily the facts. So I think it's important we get that out. So two things, that we publish it on our website as a reference point, and two, that we mail it to Nate to distribute to the powers that be as he sees fit.
Councilor Nixon?
That was my intent. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I guess we need a motion to proceed for information.
No, that's my motion right now, is to post it, and then we don't have to receive it for information because we've given them an instruction to do something, an action item.
Is there any other questions or concerns with this? All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a recess and then come back for
If I can specifically even say that we would come back to the last delegation response after the bylaws, just because we'll have Craig available at one.
Okay, is that fair, Irvin?
one for bylaws.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we recess and comfort break and food.
All in favor? Carried. at 108.
Here, Mike.
We'll call the meeting back to order at 1:08. And we will move to item 10, bylaws. As we have Craig Deal is on the phone with us from Parkland Planning. And 10.1, bylaw 1662-21, South Shore Structure Plan and repeal Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP and repeal Paradise Shores Area Structure Plan for third reading, page 26 of our package.
We'll hand this right over to Craig. Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Reeve Clark, members of council. Good afternoon. So the bylaw 1662-21 relates to the South Shore Area Structure Plan. Just a very brief recap. First reading was given back in June. On July 14th, we held a public hearing, and the matter is back before council today to consider some possible further amendments coming from the input that we received on that July 14th public hearing. I'll be scrolling through the report, and I don't plan to go through all the 100 or so page of materials that's attached to the agenda. That's available for council's background or refresher as needed. But certainly if there's any questions, we can go to those points. In terms of the RFP for third reading, the council or administration's had a chance to look at the input that we received at the public hearing. We characterize that or put it into about 8 items or 8 themes. And those are, number one, you can see coming up on the screen in front of you. The first one was actually addressed at the time of the day of the public hearing. An amendment for to amend the bylaw at second reading was passed by council, and that dealt with the 50% of the available development units in allocations area B and C, and moving that policy from a should restrict or to 50% to develop our detached dwellings to making that a shall restrict to at least 50% of detached dwellings across those 2 allocation areas. So that means a substantial number of the allowable development units that could go in the future will have to be, at least 50%, have to be in the form of detached dwellings. But the second theme that we identified, you can see coming up as item number 2, was looking at committing to splitting that same policy into 50% for allocation area B and 50% for allocation area C, as opposed to pooling the 50% across their larger area. And administration, you can see in the report, is not recommending that change be inserted into the plan. We think it does take away from the flexibility of the overall approach. And there's other mechanisms and considerations that will go into how big an individual project could be, which seems to have been the main motivation for this requested change, is to cap the maximum size of any single project. Unfortunately, that may close the door to projects that may otherwise be very meritorious. And depending on which site we're on, certain landscape features may actually moderate the number of development units we're talking about. And in all cases, the plan does speak very much to making sure that infrastructure, be it roads or water or stormwater management, is able to support the proposed density that's involved in that particular project. Another suggestion that we heard was the possibility of having a phased approach to approval. So if a developer wanted to do a 300 lot subdivision, maybe they only get approval for the first 100 lots and administer, and then see if they get approval for the second batch and the third batch there, and so on. Administration is not recommending that this change be put in the plan, largely because that would create a high degree of uncertainty for the developer on whether or not they should move ahead with their first 100 lots if they don't know they're going to have the revenue stream to pay all the bills with the second 100, 200 or 300 lots to follow. So certainly that uncertain aspect would actually create a negative effect on trying to develop and encourage growth in this area that's supposed to be a growth node for the county. The fourth item was about the relationship between the county working with the Roshan Sands and White Sands on things such as managing the access points. Administration is, again, not recommending a change to this particular item. The main interface will always be land uses and coordination of roads, but also about those vehicle access points. That's adequately covered in the ICFs currently, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework. And an area structure plan is really not necessary to compel a council to cooperate with their neighbors on any items that the 2 neighbors may feel requires coordination. Item number 5 was sticking to a bit of the theme of the vehicle access points. There was a question about what may be possible at the end of Range Road 21-1 near Buffalo Lake Meadows and what's already there in place. And I think administration is not recommending any change to create a laundry list or a detailed inventory of what exists today. Instead, the plan focuses on where we're going to be going in the future, and that's where those detailed design plans will come in. And it's important to remember that not every single vehicle access point, the 3 that are identified in the plan, have to be the exact same. So there may be some theming. In some cases, it may just be as simple as we have a parking lot where people can park and walk up to the lake, drop in their paddleboard, and away they go. At other times, in the winter, if it's frozen over, we may be being able to accommodate a different type of access if we're dealing with a marshy location. So those are details yet to be worked out, and the detailed designs that are called for in the area structure plan roll forward. We had another theme related to what happens if a project that's been approved has some adjustments or changes as it goes. At what point is there additional public input and opportunity? And administration doesn't recommend that this change be incorporated in the plan either. Throughout the plan, there's a series of tools that all of which may trigger some degree of public input. So for instance, if we're starting with a blank field to begin with, and the developer needs to do a local area structure plan, that process does give ample opportunity for public engagement and public input to the detailed design of that particular parcel of land. If that plan for some reason changes, it may trigger a need for an amendment, which also goes to additional public input. Similarly, if there's a large-scale development permit application made, that too also has opportunities for development for public input. So administration's perspective is that there's ample tools built to the normal planning processes that the county uses, and in some of these tools specifically identified in the area structure plan to facilitate public engagement if there's significant changes to any proposed plans that are approved or new plans that are coming in. Item number 7 dealt with thoughts about Bayview Street and in particular whether or not we can treat it as a unique roadway, but also still adhere to the design standards that the county applies for all other roads. And fundamentally, the answer to that is you can't have it both ways. It's either unique or you're following your design standards. And even then, the design standards do give latitude on how to apply based on the uniqueness and the location of a particular segment of road. So administration is not recommending that we deviate from the policy that was added to the plan prior to the public hearing that specifically says Bayview Street will be treated as a special case and try to accommodate all the various topics and issues that have arisen about that segment of road over the last few years. Item number 8 is a request to expand the types of trails that could be possible. Right now, the plan stops at goes from grass to gravel, and the request was could that be opened up to possible consideration of a paved trail. Administration does recommend that this change be incorporated. We're not picking exactly which trail would be asphalt at this point in time. That too is an item that would be identified when more detailed plans are taken. But at this point, the ASB, with this change of council so chooses to put it in, would leave it open for having, say, a paved multi-way path, maybe along the south side of Bayview Street. Reeve Clark, I appreciate that it seems like a series of lists of no's. The plan that is before council, the administration views as being quite flexible and being able to adequately scrutinize and provide for public engagement and input as new major projects come forward. So it is somewhat of a work in progress. The benchmark for the success of any plan is how well it gets implemented, how well it manages the changes on the ground. And administration is confident that the framework that we put in place, even with some of the items that administration is not recommending be added to the plan at this point, will still serve the community well and provide an opportunity for adjacent landowners and area residents to provide ample input into what's being proposed in and around their area. I do want to point out the financial statement, item that you see at the bottom of the page, and remind council that, again, the success of any plan that depends on how well it's implemented, and there are follow-up items that will require a commitment of resources in the coming years, most likely the next 2 to 3 years, to be able to successfully develop this area. That includes the designs for the vehicle access points and also includes more work on what the ultimate water and wastewater systems for this area look like. With that, Reeve Clark, I'll go back up to the considerations that are before council, recommendations from administration. So one is to amend the bylaw by replacing the word gravel with the word paved in policy 4.2.32 in Schedule A, which is the document attached to the bylaw that is the plan. And then secondly, that if council so chooses to add that amendment to give third reading to bylaw 1662-21 as amended. With that, Reeve Clark, I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Craig. Councillor Gender?
Craig, on item 8, you're saying that you're gonna replace the word gravel with paved. I would like to be able to see it as an option in there included.
Sorry, the question there, Craig, was concerning the gravel change, and I'll just field it quickly since Councillor Mike didn't have his, or Councillor Gender didn't have his microphone handy. So the clause that it's actually talking about is saying the trail shall be a variety of types. And now what we're saying is, we used to say anywhere between a grass cut pedestrian route to more formal gravel surface. We're saying it could be up to more formal paved surface now. So that's not saying all shall be paved or even any shall, but it may be paved.
That was the point that I was saying, if we move and say replace it with paved.
Yeah.
Then
We're just talking about both ends of the spectrum here. We define a trail that's grass on one end and paved being the top on the other end, and everything in between is fair game.
Great, because I look back at the roads, okay, if we put oil suppressant on it, it's paved. And that's a shits for us.
On item 1, I gotta put some more thought into this, the should and shall thing. I mean, it really reduces future council's flexibility on the, I guess the housing, 50% home thing. Because for the length of time I've sat on council, the new housing starts have been very slow the whole like. And even when the properties were sold by auction up there, they all got new owners, but there wasn't a lot of new homes went in. And then I think it was the last council meeting where we had the fellow build a covered deck on top of the auxiliary building, where he made it pretty clear in his intentions that he hadn't planned on building the house there ever. So I think it looks like the trend is more to recreation than housing, and we may never be in that situation in Alberta where we're booming like we used to, where there was a lot of extra cash for people could put up 2 homes, one on the city and one at the lake. So I was really wondering if shall is the proper word to be using in there when we can't foresee in the future if that is actually what the public is going to want in the future.
I'll just quickly take that one. I think what we're suggesting at this point, because you are talking about quite distant future at this point, and the shall gives the flexibility, or the expectations to the public at this point that without amending the plan, you're not going to bring forward more than about 1,000 trailers, right? Or just shy of that. Well, I guess of our total area, we've got 2,700 total identified. So half of that total would be of the event. I'm talking available. Sorry, let me start again. So we're actually talking about the 700. So we're saying no more than 700 shall be trailers or hotel rooms or otherwise, right? So it's fair to give that a surety now, based on the current trend, is that it probably shouldn't be more than 50-50 based on the current trend. And then if in the future that changes and the council of the day thinks that the desire has gone primarily away from detached dwellings, it would be more appropriate to amend the bylaw, re-engage in public engagement at that point, and re-engage with the public. So that you have a clear understanding that that is also what the public wants, as well as the document.
So we're basically saying cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, more specifically, when you get to that bridge, bring the public with you, right? If we leave it at should, it does technically give council the flexibility not to engage in the public, but I can't imagine the council not wanting to say, well, this is a departure from the intent. You're going to be justifying yourself regardless. You may as well do it in the more formalized process.
And typically, larger developers do their own public engagement.
Yeah, but if you're amending the plan, you'll be conducting public engagement to it.
Okay. I guess that clarifies it a bit better.
Councilor Member?
What he said. That was, yeah.
Any other questions for Craig or Andrew? Councilor Nixon?
Mr. Chairman, that was also my concern last, on first or second reading, I guess it was, that I thought that Shell kind of tied the hands of the councilors a little bit too much, or NPC, whoever is dealing with it in the back, so. At the time, just, and also like Les says, you know, things are, recreation is a big thing, as we talked about that even this morning, that, you know, recreation is going to be the big thing for years to come, in my opinion.
Recreation is in the eye of the beholder.
Recreation is where I'm coming from is a weekend or two at the lake, or maybe a summer at the lake, as opposed to a $1 million or $800,000 house at the lake.
I thought your recreation would have been on the back of a horse.
Councilor Member?
I will give you third reading. I think
With the amendment?
with the amendment, I think hats off. I really do think we've worked really hard on this, and I say we sat in many meetings for consultation, and I think staff has done an excellent job as well.
Councilor Neitz?
Speaking to some of our public who live around the lake, they're actually very appreciative that we took the time to meet with them in groups. They understand it took a lot of time, but they really liked that communication. And they understand that not all of their items that were brought forward are going to be coming into here, but they do understand it's a working project, and they can come to us at any time that maybe part of the bylaw isn't working, and come and approach us and discuss it with us to see what kind of changes or what kind of amendments that we can do to work with them. So.
Any other questions, concerns? We have a motion for third reading on the table. All in favor? Carried. 10.2 bylaw 1664-21 LUB, variance powers for first reading to set public hearing, page 217 in the package.
So this is actually put forward by Parkland Community Planning Service as well, based on some of the discussion we've had with council and the Development Authority. Right now, the Development Authority has certain variance powers limited to 25% of the stated requirement. We've identified that there are cases where a development comes forward that may require a greater variance than a 25% variance, and that is appropriately accounted for as part of their design plan. So for example, the height of an industrial building is limited to 10 meters, where a 15-meter building might be required, and also accounted for through significant fire suppression and on-site water storage. We believe that council may want to consider giving the Development Authority the power to vary those considerations greater. Of course, the duty still existing for the Development Authority to consider appropriate development and mitigate concerns such as fire suppression or whatever else may be the concern. Craig, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I don't think you've left me much more to it, actually, Andrew.
Perfect.
So I guess just to characterize it, it is what led us to propose the amendment was consideration about industrial, but this does have a bit more universal approach. There's been a lot of other issues where that 25% is you bump up to it too frequently. And as Andrew mentioned, the more general case of the test, that it's suitable for that particular circumstance, that it doesn't negatively impact on anyone else's ability to use a property or detract from the character of the neighborhood, is probably more significant, more meaningful than the 25% rule in any case. The recommendation, if there's any questions, Reeve Clark, be happy to field them. The recommendation is for first reading of the bylaw and then the scheduling of a public hearing for September 8th at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Craig. Councilor Nixon?
I'd like to move first reading as presented With the public hearing to be set to the next council meeting.
As per stated? Yes.
Councilor Gender?
I would just like to have a little bit of clarification. So is this 25% to grant our board, or not the governing or the board here, but the staff, that they can allow up to 25%?
No, this is, right now, the Municipal Planning Commission is limited to only granting a variance of up to 25%. So the actual Planning Commission, which the 7 of you sit as, is actually limited right now. This is removing that limit from that board. We're not proposing to change the variance powers that the development officers have. We're strictly limiting it to what discretionary powers are already coming to the Municipal Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We have a motion on the table for first reading. All in favor? Carried. 10.3, bylaw 1665-21 LUB, slope assessments for first reading and set public hearing, page 221 of the package.
And this one I'm going to give over to Craig right away, because there's a lot more detail to this one than I can succinctly sum up. So I'll let him take it away.
Thank you, Andrew. Reeve Clark. So this bylaw looks at the issue of slope stability assessments and how the land use bylaw deals with that. It takes the process and basically makes it a little bit more elaborate to be able to accommodate a different set of scenarios than what may be possible under the 3 clauses that are currently in the land use bylaw. So just very briefly, the current text for reference is available on the first page of the RFD. So you can see it's 3 sections in section 58, point 17, point 18, and point 19 that we're talking about. The bylaw basically takes those and expands it to about 10 different sections. I'm going to use the bylaw itself to walk through it, but just in very broad general terms, what we're trying to accommodate, you'll find on the second page of the RFD, and that included the ability to maybe allow small scale development, maybe an individual RV, to be able to go closer to some of the slopes that they may be 15%, they're only less than 10 feet high. So maybe that's okay for some forms of development. Others, even if it's over 10 feet, maybe they can go a little closer. We try to retain the ability to still have a setback for anything that's much greater than 3 meters and has that 15% slope. And also make it possible to increase the setback if deemed necessary based on the particular circumstance or location we're dealing with by the development authority. We wanted to retain the ability to decrease the standard rule of 30 meters, again, if it's warranted in a particular section. We're trying to create 2 classes of assessment so that we don't always have to go right away to the full-blown geotechnical assessment, that there's some sort of mid-ground that can be used to quickly get an evaluation on a particular site that would help the development authority in making their decision. We've added a provision that talks about being able to develop close to a slope, and again with the guidance of a geotechnical or structural engineering report to understand how that needs to be done done in a suitable and a safe manner. And finally, we added some provisions related to water-related site improvements, which cause a whole another set of issues anywhere close to a slope, especially if it's made of compacted soil or sand formations. With that, Reeve Clark, I think it's probably useful to go through the actual text of the bylaw itself to see how some of these things come out. And there is a little bit of you got to watch the wording. There's a lot of things sometimes happening in each of these sections as we go. So our first one, the proposed addition to be 58.17, indicates that no building or series of buildings that are located on the same parcel of land that individually or collectively cover a ground area greater than 334 square feet shall be permitted within 100 feet of the crest of toe of a slope that exceeds 15% and has a height greater than 3 meters. So what that means is that if you are a building that's under 300 square feet and you're the only one, you can go on a slope that is greater than 50% and has a height of greater than 10 feet. If you're anything bigger than that, let's say a 2-car garage, you're not allowed to go within that area, subject to all the other provisions that we're going to take a look at. So it tries to make that split between really, really small buildings that probably are not occupied permanently as houses or have a lot of property value, and tries to focus on the ones that may have a higher degree of risk in terms of someone's dream home, or in this particular example, a two-car garage that may have a lot of more possessions involved. So that's the first, trying to make that distinction between what's allowed to go on something that's higher than 10 feet and what's not. The 10-foot rule, where that would kick in is if you chose the location of your house on your property to have a walkout, and so you're placing it on a ridge. The ridge itself is only 6 feet high. You're most likely going to be digging down to a level below the toe to be able to get to firm ground to build your foundation. And that side slope may be greater than 15% going up the side of the house. So that's where that 10-foot rule comes in to try and capture those kind of circumstances. If you're proposing a large-scale house, 6,000 square feet perched on the cliff overlooking the lake, a lot more questions are going to start being asked. You won't be able to say that, no, it's only 10 feet because you're way over that particular size limit. So that's when the next series of clauses start kicking in. Whenever we have, again, that 30 meters is the starting point. We're still using 15% as a point when we start asking. And if the height's greater than 9.8 feet, and the development authority knows that there's questions that should be asked about the particular slope, we can see the erosion or the watering nipping away at the toe, or we just know that it has a history of subsidence or it failed 3 years ago. There's the opportunity to get an evaluation undertaken and increase the setback in that particular case if that's what's warranted. The second clause, 58.17b, does the reverse. So even if you want to go close to the slope, your starting point may be the 30 meters, but you can go closer provided you can justify or have a study done that says, yes, it's okay to be at 25 meters or even up to 15, provided you do suitable site preparation and foundation construction. So these are the two clauses that allow us to adjust that standard 30-meter rule based on the unique circumstances of the particular site. It would require evaluation and study, but the development authority could increase it where deemed necessary. They could decrease it when deemed appropriate. So that takes us on to 58.18, starting to identify what kind of slope studies are we talking about. And the proposed bylaw splits it into two categories. One is what we're calling a preliminary slope stability evaluation, and the other one a slope stability assessment report. So the first one may be more of a desktop opinion, maybe a site visit by an engineer. And in both cases, we're still expecting a professional engineer recognized by APEGA, qualified as a geotechnical or geophysicist or geological engineer, as being the one that can make these kind of recommendations. So your average civil engineer could not do it. They have to be the appropriate discipline to be able to sign off on either one of these. And into 58.18 A and B, we started showing the differences between the two studies. So the first one, which is supposed to be the more cursory, more evaluative, and hopefully the less expensive version, would mean we get the opinion in writing from the geotechnical engineer. And the critical one is item number C on that list, that actually the other two are critical too, that the site is suitable and that we don't need any further assessment. We don't need to go on to a drilling program, for example, or a more detailed evaluation of what's happening on that particular slope. If the engineer is not prepared to make that kind of statement, then you automatically are going to be going into the full slope stability assessment, which is laid out in 58.18b. And the critical difference here is that item number C, where it indicates a specific factor of safety that the engineer must say exists. So a factor of safety is basically a ratio that the engineers use, where anything that is lower than 1 means that the slope is could fail or maybe unstable, given the nature of the development that it's intended to be put on top of the slope. Anything greater than 1 or at 1 means that we have a stable condition. The slope will be able to bear the weight of the development. The going to 1.5 basically adds a 50% margin above that, which is a common parameter that's used by municipalities in Alberta. So to be able to sign that off as a professional engineer, that means the engineers had to do enough specific research about the nature of the proposed development and the particular section of slope that they're dealing with. And that may include more intrusive programs such as drilling and getting a core samples to understand the nature of the slope itself. 58.18C makes it very clear that, again, you're doing one of these for the use of the development authority. We expect it to be signed, sealed, and your permit of practice number to be on there. We're relying on the engineer's professional judgment, and we wish to see that clearly acknowledged. So it's not just any engineer can walk in and do this kind of work. Certainly it can't be a mechanical or electrical engineer. It's got to be a geotechnical engineer. The next clause, 58.18D, speaks to the ability of the development authority to require a applicant to, if they're even just beyond the 30 meters or they're within the 30 meters, to demonstrate that they can suitably develop the site and get an engineers to work on that, to say define how the foundation has to be built and what kind of site considerations have to be taken into account and actually implemented to be able to safely develop whatever they're proposing close to the slope or on the location that they've selected. The next one, 58.18E, follows up on that. And this is where we may require that the actual site be designed by a professional engineer. So the first one maybe get us a report saying what it's to look like. And the second one, maybe that's nice, your foundation for your particular house will now have to be signed off by a structural engineer in addition to the architect who designed your house. And finally, 58.19 it's very much a new idea. Water structures generally on a slope usually should give us, typically at the top or the crest, should give us some cause for concern, both in terms of the weight that they're putting down on the slope and also the potential that if they leak fluid, they're going to impact the ability of the stability of the slope and could create a shear layer or an erosion layer that actually destabilizes the slope for not only that development, but maybe neighboring developments. So that's why they are particularly flagged and identified that if you're proposing one of those, you might as well come in from day one with your engineering report. So I appreciate there's a lot of interplay and you have to read some of the sentences a couple times, Reeve Clark. But I'm happy to try to field any questions council may have.
Mr. Gender?
Well, there's quite a variation here, Craig. It's one that I believe anyone that's going to be doing any slopes, there's going to be an awful lot of emphasis putting onto engineering the slopes. Like you had stated one where, say, like if you're building a home with a walkout basement, all depends, say, like on this 10-foot height, you may very well incorporate this into it. But so like I believe it's going to be a lot of differential of where a lot of different sites where there's going to be such variances in here. So like there's no one real cut or dry. There's anyone that's going to be coming into here, it's going to be quite a variation. That's what I see that. And whenever someone makes an application, I would like suggest to them that bring a lot of pictures and a lot of information to the council so that there will be an appropriate discussion and a very well, I'd say, organized discussion around it. Thank you.
I can answer some of the trends in there. So to sort of summarize what the bylaw is doing. So right now our bylaw already says 30 meters of a 15% slope, you need a geotechnical report. 100% of the time. And we require this before it even gets to LDC. We need to have that as part of what we consider the development permit to be complete. So that doesn't offer a lot of room for discretion. It doesn't offer a lot of room for some common sense issues. If you have a 6-foot slope that happens to be more than 15%, well, that's not very much. Well, why would we stop you from building your house next to a slight lull in the land, right? So that's where some of these clauses now get to the point where we're saying, okay, we can relax it a bit. And then as well, the really big difference that I think the residents will appreciate is the addition of a preliminary report. Instead of saying, if you're anywhere within these criteria, you need a full-blown geotechnical, now we can get a more summarized opinion, a preliminary opinion from an appropriate professional still. But that just says, it's suitable and no further reports are required. Subject to one more point in there that I missed. the development would not be at risk for slope failure. So suitable, won't be at risk for slope failure or contribute to slope failure, and I don't need to do any more studies. It's that good, thumbs up. We've got, this is giving us some flexibilities to reduce the requirements on applicants coming in, but still identify really well when those applicants, when a full-blown study is necessary, if they want to be close to that slope, that could potentially be hazardous. I think it does really do a good job of capturing it. We don't want to just say, hey, bring in pictures to MPC and have MPC impart their judgment on whether that slope is good or not from a picture. We want somebody with a stamp and some liability insurance to say thumbs up, or alternatively, stay 30 meters back from the edge.
Councilor Everett?
So, you know, in Buffalo Sands or Scenic Sands, I can't remember which one it was, we have had a number of trailers that have been, like holiday trailers have been put in there. Now, maybe somebody can tell me, but some of those holiday trailers, like those big fifth wheels with, you know, the bunk on top and then the air conditioning unit on top, they're higher than 10 feet, are they not? So would it affect them?
Well, it's the slope we're talking about that would have to be 10 feet tall, not the development.
Oh, I thought he was saying that the building was 10 feet tall. Okay, no, that's fair enough. Okay. Yeah, okay. So where do we make that measurement from?
The toe to the crest, the vertical routes.
I could see somebody coming in, oh, it's 9.3, it's not 10 feet.
And we will have a lot of that, and, you know, the 10 foot is, with 3 meters, is within a margin of safety that we think if they push the issue, they say it's 9.9 and it's 10.1, and we believe them on the 9.1, we're going to be safe.
Fair enough. So you want first reading for this, Mr. Chairman? I'll give you that. And set a
public hearing as presented.
For when?
Next council, same time as the last one. We'll do a joint land use bylaw public.
Are we going to be able to get this through September, October? Yeah. No, we won't.
You can pass it in September.
Oh, we'll do 2 in September.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 10.4 bylaw 1666-21 fee bylaw approach security, $500 to $2,000 for first, second, and third reading.
And at this point, I'll actually just thank Craig for joining us and providing the help and these amendments. That was the last item on our agenda that I believe he needed to speak to. So if you'd like to leave with Craig, we won't be offended.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
All right, so the fee bylaw is a pretty, it's a small change that's been discussed in committee of the whole. So we've had some instances where approaches don't get constructed or they don't get constructed in accordance with their approval. Right now, all our fee bylaw states is that $500 would be the minimum that would be covered. In certain developments, we've required more as part of issuing the development permit approval. And in those cases, actually, it worked out well for us. A $2,000 requirement was required of a development at the $2,000, and that we needed most of it to construct an approach that they refused to construct and instead used access that the municipality couldn't guarantee they would continue to have access for, or that subsequent landowners would continue to have access to. So that's the only change being proposed, except that we've modified a tiny bit of wording here. So this is all under section 3 or C, pardon me. So section C or appendix C, section 3, approaches. So we've changed plus a refundable security deposit of $2,000. And then as well, we just cleaned up some language. There was a note put in here to try and prevent, you saying, well, I'm building a house. You would normally require the fee and the deposit, and that's the intent. But we don't want it to be a situation where it's unclear and they think, well, I also use it for agricultural use, which has some exemptions to it. You only have to pay $500 of no deposit. So we wanted to make clarity that when it's used for both agricultural activities and a dwelling unit or an oil and gas lease, the approach shall be subject to the terms and subsequently the costs of a non-agricultural approach. just so that it's clear, an agricultural approach is exclusively an agricultural approach, typically into a bare quarter section.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you first reading.
Name, Councilor Nyberg. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll go back to,
We're not doing first, second, and third on this?
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Third, pardon me.
Functionally related to this, I just wanted to clarify something for you in case you hear something out there. Like we started being a little bit more diligent on the fees and whatnot in the last couple of weeks that I've been back involved in the approaches more. But I've been waiving some of the application fees if I don't need to go to site. So if I know the site well enough, and I've been through there a bunch of times and I can picture it in my head and I know what we're dealing with, I'm not going to charge somebody an application fee that normally would cover me going out there and doing all the investigation. So functionally, I wanted you to be aware that I've waived a handful of these if I don't need to specifically drive out there, right?
Okay. Councilor Stewart?
Second reading.
any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Move with, we go to third reading.
Take it to vote, all in favor? Carried. Councilor Neitz, moving to third, all in favor? Carried. Now we'll go back to unfinished business to finish up on the last.
What page are we going to, Mr. Chairman, just so?
This is continuing my verbal presentation.
Okay, back to the verbal presentation.
Okay, great.
You'll bring that up, will you, on the screen, Andrew?
I don't have any attachments from this one on the screen. This one's fairly simple compared to the last two. In July, Dallas Pybus requested to be added to the council agenda and asked to speak to just two issues, and that's all he spoke to, which was the road use agreements and the cap levy reports. So just as a bit of background, we require road use agreements in order to operate a vehicle on a highway that may cause either extraordinary damage to a roadway or constitute a nuisance. And that's due to the weight of the vehicle, the dimensions, the frequency of use of the highway, the size, type, or tread pattern of the tire on the vehicle, the physical condition of the proposed haul route, including type of road surface, the location of the proposed haul route and its proximity to residential dwellings, or any combination of the above factors. So we're trying to both limit damage to the road and nuisance to the neighbors for significant activities. The process to obtain a road use agreement currently requires that an operator contact the county of Stellar for an agreement specifying the details of the haul. The county may direct conditions on the agreement, which includes but isn't limited to the times of operation, requirements for controlling dust on the roads, and an approved route, which may or may not match what the hauler has asked for at this point. Additionally, the county of Stellar enacted a community aggregate payment levy bylaw effective January 1st of 2020 to collect revenue to offset the maintenance costs associated with the ordinary wear and tear on roadways caused by sand and gravel operators. So the delegation discussed these two issues. In the first case, the road use agreements, the delegation requested that council consider amendments to the general traffic bylaw or road use agreement policy to allow haulers to more quickly be able to obtain a road use agreement by foregoing a pre-haul inspection primarily. The delegation expressed a concern that their customers often give insufficient notice or that they can't schedule around the notice they have or jobs they have. And the road use agreements, it takes a few days between the application, getting comments from operations, getting a pre-inspection out, and then returning the approved inspection. So the delegation is effectively requesting that the road use agreements be streamlined. Now the county could consider some specific changes to how our process works. We'd recommend that we would limit it to haulers that have posted a maximum bond, so that if things really get out of hand in a few days, that we've got sufficient security to cover it. But it would mean that the hauler wouldn't have to take responsibility for any damage or pre-existing conditions of the road. And where many of them may say, okay, that's good enough that I can whip it up to shape, or it's in good condition, I'm not going to damage it. Or they might say, this isn't worth my time, I'll wait for a pre-haul inspection. And then, so administration would recommend that we would draft some policy revisions to consider and take that back to committee of the whole workshop. Because I think some of the other language that's come up to clarify, similar to what Rick just spoke to, where when an inspection is not necessary with a regard, we want to make it clear that we're not going to charge for an inspection. And we want to make sure we set out the parameters for that. And I think Councillor Gender has brought that up in respect of previous bylaws. As well, if we don't have the scrutiny over the route they're taking, we would want to be able to identify ahead of time the minimum distances that they're, or specify that they shall travel the minimum distance from point A to, say, a county resource road to a provincial highway, so that we're limiting the amount of one-off roads and local roads that are being utilized to keep that nuisance down. So there's a question on this before I move to cap levy reporting.
Just that I want to make a note that I think it's important that we put it in bold and almost have the individual sign off if we go to that point of saying, okay, you're taking full responsibility. Make sure that they have signed or double signed or whatever the case may be, that they understand that there is no backdoor to back out of this by somebody saying, you know, I'm exempt from doing that because of X, Y, Z. I want to be able to make sure that it is straightforward. You are taking responsibility, Mr. Gender. You travel that road, you fix it. Even if it's caused by somebody else, you want something, you have to give something, right? You get to use it anytime you want, but by golly, if Mr. Nixon comes down there with his house moving and wrecks the road, you can try to go back to him, but you have to fix the road to our satisfaction. I think that's an important, somehow it has to be in bold writing so that they understand that this is the case.
Yes and no, but if you had a call in on which roads they were going to use at which times, James, then at that day, if they said, I'm going to be hauling down 38-0 between these two roads, and there'll be 7 loads, then you know that day they would be responsible for that road, but not every day.
Right, but what I'm saying in the case, and I'm just using Mr. Gender as the example, he takes the 7 roads, he phones in tonight, says tomorrow I'm going to do it, but in the meantime, Mr. Nixon goes down there moving a house and he breaks up the road before he even gets on it. I mean, that inspection is there to protect the operator as much as it is to protect us. So they have to be forewarned. I don't want anybody saying, well, I didn't do it. Well, you're giving something up and we're giving something up and you're getting something. So be prepared to take responsibility for it. And I think by the understanding that that's what they understand, but I want everybody to deal with it equally. You know, we're not always dealing with companies that are localized and looking out for the best interest of the company or the county. They sometimes are looking out for the best interest of the company. And they may be from anywhere, right?
That is kind of, I think, the crux of what the delegation requested was to allow the companies to take on more responsibility, more of the responsibility, but that is more responsibility.
In this day and age of technology, could they not, when they're driving down the road for the first time, video it and send it off to us?
I mean, I don't want that to constitute an inspection, a formal inspection. I still want them to be responsible, because at the end of the day, we're just going to say it needs to get back up to where we expect it to be, not where you said it was. They may want to take a video or pictures of the road to dispute us if we say damage, but at that point, we're just kind of saying, if you don't like where the road is at today, don't haul, ask for the pre-trip inspection or the pre-haul inspection, and we'll go out and do it then. You know, give them the ability to say, ooh, nope, don't want to touch that.
That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Gender?
It would be one where if the county does not do an inspection, it is up to the CAO in order to be able to waive that fee for them. And then, because like on the permits for road data, they are charged. And Dallas had brought this up in the last delegation, that he was charged for a loader in and out because he had to do some repairs on it. I just mentioned Dallas to get a hold of Yvette and she can reimburse him for those costs. So I want to be able to have it, if they do come onto the road and they see that there's going to be some damage, by all means video it
because they don't know whether there's been a pre-trip inspection done or not, just to cover their backside.
Right now, they're not given their road use agreement until a pre-haul inspection has been done. So we should know that we know where the condition of the road is prior to them getting the piece of paper they have to have in their truck before they haul. But we do, absolutely, so road data takes the road use agreement fee right away. If we determine that we don't need to do a inspection, that's more of the situations where it's super hard and dry, or it's -30 out, and we know no damage is going to occur to the road, then we can refund that. Or if it's just coming straight through our office, we can elect not to take it. But we want to put that in the policy a little bit better, and that's what we would workshop through the exact wording at a committee of the whole, and then bring it back for approval.
Like those are the wordings that we're gonna have to present to road data, and then that just, they're gonna go just by our bylaws. So we should make a note to them that we put this onto the permit, that if it is refundable, contact our office.
Yeah, that could definitely be something.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion to receive for information with instructions to bring back to the committee of the whole.
Do you have one more point to touch on too with cap levy reporting, but if you want.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the delegation also discussed the cap levy. As a gravel operator, he's subject to that as well as all the other gravel operators. So he did ask a few questions about if it was being reported and how much has been collected. We were able to respond there, but we thought we'd put it in this report as well. Just sort of, basically, we do have the operators we expect for the most part reporting. Some are a little delinquent sometimes, or take a few days to get it in. But for the Q2 report, not the one that just ended, but the first one, I think we've got all of our reports in. The most recent one, I don't think we've seen the comments yet, so we will have some chasing to do. We confirmed the cap levy was introduced to maintain roads in the county of Stettler that receive, especially the ones that receive haul traffic. And we're talking here as opposed to the road use agreements. And this is something I know I have seen some confusion on. A road use agreement is, and the bond associated with it, is to prevent extraordinary damage to a road. The cap levy is to appropriately consider the ordinary maintenance that that whole industry creates on the roads. So just to keep that in mind, we're talking road use agreements prevent extraordinary, cap levy is ordinary stuff based on the profit that those haulers are making coming out and using the roads. In 2020, we collected about $44,000 worth of levies. There was $44,000 collected. We have confirmed 2 operators are still in arrears. One of those is asserting that they're exempt from the bylaw. So it's important to note, there's no type of operator, no type of operator that's categorically exempt from the bylaw. So even other municipalities or the province, for example, their pits aren't exempt. It's only their shipments that can be exempted, and only when it meets one of 3 criteria. The exemptions are for a government body, so a province or a municipality, hauling from a pit they operate and to a job site for a municipal or a government project. So if they, for example, are selling gravel to their residents, Starline's done this a couple of times with a pit in the south end of the county of Stettler. They're selling their gravel or even giving away that gravel to their residents under what they call their farm days. They have to report on that and pay on it. If they are buying from a private operator, if Starline gets from a pit that's not ours or not theirs, then they have to pay on that as well. In fact, we pay the cap levy, or it's invoiced to us. Operators we buy gravel from pay the cap levy, and we see it come on our invoices. Cap levy, 40 cents, and then the tonnage that we're paying for. So even a government pit, the government's not on their own exempt. It has to be from their pit to their project. The second way is if you're subject to any other tax from the municipality on the shipment of gravel. That does not include property taxes. That doesn't include permitting fees. That doesn't include road use agreements. It's if we had some other form of tax, which we don't, that actually applied to the aggregate coming out of the pit.
Road use agreement is not a tax.
Exactly. And it's not on the shipment either. It's on the haul. Because it doesn't vary based on how much gravel comes And then thirdly, the last one, and this is where people, private operators have some exemption, is if they have a road use agreement or a development permit that directs them to maintain a road. So under the road use agreement, if they mess up a road and they need to pull gravel on it, the gravel that goes onto that road is exempt. We still have to report it, but it's exempt from payment. So in this case, we typically would be telling them when to put gravel on, or they'd be telling us what they did to our road. We don't have any such operators claiming that specific exemption, but it is a possibility, and that's fine. If you're, meeting your obligations under our bylaws with that gravel, that's great, but it's only the gravel that goes on the road to the pit, not even to your customer side.
So if you're hauling a large project with multiple loads, I mean, you would have to pay on that. There's no exemption on that. If I'm selling to Yvette Cassidy's, she's building a very large pig barn. And I haul, 70,000 tons. I have to pay the 40 cents cap levy. I can either eat it or I can put it on the bill to Yvette.
Yeah.
That'll be the next rumor, Yvette, that you're building a pig barn. All your friends will be, Thomas might not like that. Tom might have something to say, but.
Just wondering, Andrew, what would be the reason for somebody asserting they're exempt from the bylaw?
I haven't actually received an explanation as to why the one operator making that assertion believes they're exempt. I outlined the same criteria I just outlined to you to the operator when they asserted that, and haven't had a meaningful response on it, so.
So it would have to be for, say, municipal use or government use of some kind, or.
And from a municipal pit too, and so in this case, I can confirm, that person is not a government.
Oh, okay.
So that first exemption doesn't apply to the middle haul. The second exemption doesn't apply to anyone in the county of Statler because we don't have any additional taxes levied by the municipality on the shipments of gravel. So the only exemption that a private pit operator would have is if they're doing it for the road use agreement that goes into the pit. And that's a lot of gravel for someone moving the road.
All right.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
So who's the other, do we have one, what's the reason the other one is not paying up?
No, it's just in arrears.
Oh, it's just in arrears?
Yeah, so.
Kind of thing, or?
No, it's a larger pit, but it's, what's been reported, just it's been invoiced and hasn't been paid.
Okay. So do we do, are we gonna do audits on all?
So that's literally my next point on my report.
Basically.
That's what, administration is proposing, is that, the bylaw you amended this year, extended the criteria for auditing effectively. And I think it's probably appropriate to give council a baseline to simply audit all, operators that are reporting. And so in that, we would ask for backup, similar as the CRA auditing you is, backup of your invoices and haul tickets to demonstrate the amount of gravel coming through, and make an evaluation from there, and then apply to the courts if something seems out of sorts.
So can you explain the process a little bit? So I'm a gravel operator in Oberlin, and I am cleaning out the pit, and I'm saying, nope, I'm exempt because I feel that I'm not going to pay this, or I just, however the reason be. Yeah, so interesting how, and then you compel me to see my invoices, and I tell you, no, I don't think I'm going to do that, because.
Yeah. So everything's got an X'd out. So the first thing is, if you're still obligated, even if you are exempt, Starland, for example, for the stuff they haul from our county, from their pit to their municipal projects, they report on. Stuff we haul out of Camrose, we report on.
It goes on our municipal roads for municipal infrastructure.
Yeah, we report on it, and because it's for municipal infrastructure from a municipal pit, it's exempt, but it's still, I've got one number, and then under the amounts exempted, that number shows up again. So they know how much gravel is coming into the pits.
The town of Statler doesn't own any pits in the county of Statler.
Not that I'm aware of.
So any of the gravel that's coming out of the county and going into a town project still has to be paid a cap levy on.
That's right.
No matter what business owns it.
Yeah.
Okay,
So if you're not reporting, because that's the first step, if you report, I'm going to invoice you because I'm going to evaluate whether it's properly exempt or not. If you report and I invoice you and you decide not to pay, it is a tax and it's subject to all of the same tax recovery initiatives that property taxes. So if you just don't pay, eventually we'll put your property up for tax sale, the same as any other property that's delinquent other than oil and gas, which we've been lobbying hard for, needs better collection. So that's easy. You get your money eventually through the sale of the property. But if they're not reporting, so that's the other example you said. If they say, no, I don't want to report. So yeah, that's where we would audit. We'd say, we believe you're shipping. We've seen you ship. Or we're doing a baseline audit of everyone. We want to see your information. So typically, they would comply. I mean, we usually see compliance on actions like this, but if they refuse to comply, then we seek a court order, because this is under the enforcement sections of the MGA. I think it's 545 inspection, and then the subsequent one is if we have compelled an inspection or the production of records under an inspection, and that's not adhered to, we would go to the courts. We would similarly apply for costs back from the courts on our legal fees, because it's the statutory right we have to ensure compliance with our bylaws. So the court would compel it then. I would imagine, 99.9% of ordinary people would certainly follow the court order to produce the records. And from there, we would be able to assemble the cap levy roll and invoice, and then we go back to if they don't pay, that's how we recover. If they refuse to produce still or produce a subset of information, then we would be able to petition the courts for a contempt application. And the courts would be widely empowered to enact whatever punitive or corrective measure they found appropriate, including removing a profit, imprisonment. There's a number of things they can do.
Mr. Chairman? Yes.
These individuals, and why are we not releasing their names? I've had a number of people ask me, at the end of the day, I want to do business with people that are legitimately doing business in the county of Stettler. Can you tell me who's there? And I said, I am reluctant because administration has yet to say that this is information. I said, you can FOIP it, but that becomes a process.
Yeah, so the issue is, we're not in the practice of ordinarily disclosing people who are in arrears with their receivables. Once it goes to the property tax roll and you get to tax notification, it becomes a point on their title. But we don't, even when we bring the tax sales to you, we don't say who owns that property that's delinquent on their taxes. It's just not typically relevant. With regard to any concerns that CAP reports might have been, say, underreported or not reported. As I mentioned earlier, we do primarily have reports for all quarters from all operators. So any allegation that those reports aren't accurate yet need to be substantiated. And an audit would help with that, would help us verify either yay or nay, they did or didn't do it. And so that's why administration is recommending that we audit the cap levy reports from January 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2021.
How long do you think that's going to take? Sorry.
It'll take some time. We'll have to give them a decent amount of time to produce those reports. And then anyone who refuses to comply would take a bit of time to go through the court processes, but not this term.
Again, costing us a ton of money.
For non-compliance.
Have a comment, if we did publish the names of the companies that were delinquent in their cap levies, and then tomorrow they came in and paid them up, that information is floating around out there, and then, so I think it's probably just more fair to do it the way we have been doing it at this point.
If we don't get what we feel is the right numbers from an audit, can we estimate?
Yeah, there's a fairly broad discretion in there. We need to be able to justify anything that we estimate. That can come from development permits, that can come from annual reporting of a pit. There's a variety of information we have to assemble. but we would need to verify that or be able to reasonably back it up to a court if we were challenged on the amounts we invoiced.
Well, I like that, Mr. Clark, because at the end of the day, instead of us having to prove that you are delinquent, you have to prove that you're not delinquent. If we sent an invoice to some of these individuals and said, we have on fairly good authority that you've done 3 major projects in the county of Stettler, of which your development project shows that you've taken this out. Now you prove to us that it is the case. I'd rather have that shoe on their foot, but costs us a lot of money.
Yeah, it does cost more.
Enforcement and compliance does, and well, as my last report sort of concluded, it is on a very unfortunate cost of doing business. We seek to recover wherever possible. And yeah, it's usually rules are made and enforced from the smallest group of people who don't want to follow them, and it applies to everyone equally. So yeah, it takes quite a bit of refinement. That's, I think, where this delegation came in, and the road use agreement changes he's requested are, built upon the same principle. Is, he wants more of the flexibility he used to have, and we need a policy that governs both those who can handle that flexibility and those who can't. So.
Receive information? Oh, if you received information.
You can
discuss it at the
Committee of the whole, I think I made that motion already.
Yes, I
think I did.
Very start, but
Yeah.
yeah, before that's okay.
So I guess, does that motion stand or?
Yeah, it certainly can.
Yep. You got what you need? Okay. Any other questions, comments? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That very concise and very information packed on all 3 of those reports. And I think that's probably the best way to handle that. I quite like that, how we did it. And like I said before, the facts will speak for themselves.
If I can comment on the process, actually, it is onerous to do significant information packages in response to delegations. That's largely where administration would recommend council only entertain delegations for business that's before them that they can act on. That's reasonable. And there may be some changes to the procedural bylaw that would set that expectation better, that council consider a future date. I know some municipalities will just explicitly list these items won't be considered. Whereas our procedural bylaw is simply a request with discretion. So it is something to consider, and administration can bring back changes if that was council's desire.
Councilor Dixon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to make a motion, arising from these 3 delegation responses that we've talked, that we consider a change to our policy and bring it back to kind of the whole meeting as well, the policy on doing business with the people who are harassing the
Good point, yeah.
administration. We talked about that a few years ago, and I don't think anything was done with it, but I think in order to protect our administration from just the hassle of things like that they shouldn't have to put up with that. If they're going to be harassed, we need to have a policy that says thanks, but no thanks. We'll deal with people who are willing to work with us.
Okay, so there's a motion. Any questions on that? Councilor Taylor?
I guess another thank you out to the delegation of North Star for the respectful of the council and administration that they brought forth here at the last meeting. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we are into reports. Chief Administrative Officer's report. Was there any questions on that?
I will move that, Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions? All in favor? Carried. The financial reports, 11.2.1 accounts payable register. bank reconciliation, June 30th, 2021, reserves, June 30th, 2021, and year-to-date budget, June 30th, 2021. Is there any questions on that? Councilor Gender?
The only thing I'd come up with, mentioned earlier, with the legal fees, the percentage of what it is in the short time that we're going through for the year. Kind of quite spiraling up between that and then the there's also one on the Denelda, on page 309. For Denelda Fire, the dues, fees, memberships.
I would, yeah, so that is, that or it was one that we've normally split across all our operating stations, and with the reduction in budget meeting the reduction in services happening at Denelda, that might have gotten askew. So we'll look into that and ensure that it's accurate, because yeah, if you recall from budget, we scaled back the costs in Denelda fairly significantly for the maintenance of that fire hall that's not staffed. So that's likely one of the standard, it could be a number of things that we normally just split 4 ways, and it found its way to that account.
So the budget can absorb it there, but it's all coming out of budget anyway.
Yeah.
Then also on page 316, the legal fees for the planning and development. We've got a budget of 15,000, we're sitting at about 78,000. And a lot of that would be contributed to.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's specifically enforcement under the land use bylaw, or assistance drafting planning bylaws, or processing development permits, subdivision application permits, it gets coded here. Virtually all else gets coded into administration.
That's about it.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Councilor fee sheets, page 319 of the package. Councilor Silver?
I'll give you the motion.
Questions, concerns? All in favor? In favor, Sri? Yeah, carried. Councilor committee reports. We have the Stettler Town and Country Museum, Stettler Regional Fire Advisory Report, the Rural Crime Prevention Committee Report. Questions on any of those? Councilor Stillberg?
No questions of those are good, but I was just wondering if I could just do a quick little verbal on the Starland County grand opening. You and I attended? Reeve Clark and myself attended the grand opening of the Starland administration office and new shop combined facility. It's a really impressive shop and administration building attached, built together or whatever. And it had quite an interesting history. One thing I did notice that it's quite different because there's such a small community. They house the ATB Bank in their new administration building. And there was one other thing from the community that was housed in their new building. And of course, the access to the building or the design of the building is done in such a way that a couple of meeting rooms have access right off the main foyer so that they can shut up the rest of the building and community can access meeting rooms. And so there was some really nice features. It's really well done. MP Damien Currick was in attendance as well. And Larry and I had lunch with Damien and Owen Francis from Special Areas that day. So it was really a well done day, I thought, like something that Starland can be very proud of.
I guess one other comment on that too is with building it, they built it with that slab type building. And like they said from fire, even after their last office had burned down, that none of the insurance or anything even suggested putting in sprinkler systems.
There's no such sprinkler?
Because of the construction of the building.
Wow.
On that one.
Received information, Councilor Gender. All in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items. Letter from Crow's Nest passed Bill C-21 changes to Criminal Code and Firearms Act. We had a newsletter for PH Elevator Preservation Society. Letter from the town of Claresholm again on Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This is retroactive pay. Letter from the town of Claresholm on Code of Conduct. Letter from Stettler RCMP, it's quarter one community letter update. Letter from Drumheller RCMP, the same thing, quarter one community letter update, and a card from Bymore Curling Club. Thank you. Is there any questions on any of those? Councilor?
What was the code of conduct? They just wanted our code of conduct?
No, they had heard through AMA that the provincial government was considering removing the requirement for a municipality to have a code of conduct. And they were simply speaking against that consideration in favor of retaining the code of conduct requirement in the MGA, as they seem to have had some issues with their council early on that the code of conduct helped them work through agreeably, and they've got a better functioning council as a result.
It doesn't stop you from, if they change it, it doesn't stop you from continuing with the code of conduct.
Yeah. That's true.
And I agree with them in the fact that I think it should be something, but I don't necessarily, unfortunately, the problem is if you have a difficult council, you need that piece of paper. If you have a council that is willing to work together, it is just that, a piece of paper.
Yeah. Good luck getting that piece of paper when you need it if you don't already have it.
It is true. Yeah.
Move that the agenda, consent agenda items be received for information.
Any other questions? Councilor Eads?
Just wondering, when's the last time we've had the RCMP come in and give us a report? It'd be good to have them come in again.
We have the
Traffic officer coming in September to talk to council about basically what you'd like to see in the county of Stellar.
Good. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. There's no in-camera session?
Nope.
Okay. Next meeting is Wednesday, September 8th, 2021. And the last item, Mr. Grover's not here.
I'll take Dave's position.
All in favor?